Welcome to The Dark Historian, where history's darkest moments were wars that consumed millions, weapons that changed death itself, and horrors the world tried to hide become your journey into sleep. If you want more stories like this, if you need to fall asleep to the weight of history, please subscribe. That's all I ask. Now get comfortable. Dim the lights. Slow your breathing. Let the world outside fade away. Imagine a man who owned 93 Rolls Royces, each one a gift. Gifts from followers who had, in many cases, given up everything they owned to be near him. Imagine a spiritual master who preached a gospel of free love and dynamic meditation while his inner circle was stockpiling assault rifles and training a private army, a guru who spoke of cosmic consciousness and the death of the ego from behind the glitter of a diamond-studded watch. He was a walking contradiction, a paradox wrapped in silk robes and a soft, hypnotic voice. To understand the scandal, the poisonings, the largest bioterror attack in American history, to understand how thousands of intelligent, educated people from around the world would abandon their lives to build a city for him in the desert. You can't start there. You can't start with the headlines or the fleet of luxury cars. To understand the man they would eventually call Osho, you have to go somewhere else entirely. You have to travel back in time to a small, dusty village in the heart of India. You have to start with a boy. A strange, rebellious, and fiercely intelligent boy named Chandra Mohan Jain. The year is 1931. The place, Kuchwada, a village in the state of Madhya Pradesh. This is not the India of bustling metropolises you might picture. This is rural India, a world of dirt roads, of seasons dictated by the monsoon, of life lived close to the earth. It is here, into a family of Taranpanthi Jains, that a child is born. His parents are cloth merchants, but they do not raise him. A promise has been made. For the first 7 years of his life, Chandra Mohan will live with his maternal grandparents. And this small detail, this simple twist of fate, changes everything. His grandparents were different. They did not try to shape him, to mold him into a respectable Jain boy. They let him be. They gave him a gift that would define his entire existence: freedom. Absolute, unconditional freedom. There were no rules, no dogmas, no forced beliefs. While other children were learning scriptures, Chandra Mohan was exploring the rivers, the fields, the forests. He was a wild child, a creature of instinct and fierce curiosity. You can almost picture him, a small boy with piercing eyes, questioning everything, watching the world not as a set of rules to be learned, but as a vast mystery to be experienced directly. His grandmother, in particular, seems to have been his anchor. She was his confidant, his protector. She saw the spark in him, the uncontainable fire, and instead of trying to extinguish it, she gave it air to breathe. This environment, so different from the strict, structured upbringing of his parents, planted a seed. The seed of rebellion, the seed of the individual against the collective. He would later say that these first 7 years were the most important of his life. A golden age of freedom that he would spend the rest of his life trying to recreate, not just for himself, but for thousands of others. He was a strange boy, fearless. He would swim in the local river during the monsoon floods, when any sensible person would stay far away. He learned to disappear into the water, to hold his breath for so long that onlookers would panic, thinking he had drowned only for him to resurface far downstream, laughing. It was a game to him, a way of testing his own limits, of pushing against the ultimate boundary, death. Death was not an abstract concept for him. It was a constant presence in the village. He would spend hours at the cremation ghats, the places by the river where bodies were burned. He would watch the flames consume the wood, the flesh, the bone. He would see the grief of the families, the rituals, the finality of it all. But he didn't see it with fear. He saw it with a profound, almost unnerving curiosity. What was this thing called life, that it could be so present one moment and utterly gone the next? Where did it go? What was left? These were not the questions of a child. They were the questions of a philosopher, a seeker, born into the body of a small, untamable boy. One story he often told was of his grandfather's death. The old man was dying, and the family gathered around. They were chanting, praying, crying, but the boy, Chandra Mohan, did something else. He asked his grandfather to simply be aware, to watch what was happening, to not get lost in the fear or the pain, but to be a witness to his own death. He believed that if you could die with total awareness, you would conquer death itself. Whether the story is true in its detail is almost irrelevant. What matters is the mindset it reveals. Even as a child, he was obsessed with consciousness, with awareness, as the ultimate key to unlocking life's mysteries. When he was 7, his grandfather died, and his golden age came to an abrupt end. He was sent back to live with his parents, and the clash was immediate. His parents' world was one of rules, of tradition, of a strict Jainist lifestyle that preached non-violence and asceticism. For a boy who had known only freedom, it was a cage. He became a problem, a rebel in school, a thorn in the side of his teachers. He questioned their authority. He debated their beliefs. He refused to accept anything on faith alone. He was brilliant. There was no denying that. He devoured books. Philosophy, psychology, religion, poetry. He was a champion debater, known for his sharp intellect and his ability to dismantle any argument. But he wasn't just collecting knowledge. He was searching. He was on a quest. The questions that had formed in his childhood about life, death, and consciousness had now become an all-consuming fire. He was looking for an answer, not in the pages of a book, but within himself. This search intensified through his teenage years. He experimented with meditation. He would go on long, solitary walks. He would sit for hours, just watching his own mind. He was trying to find that state of pure awareness he had glimpsed as a child. He tried everything. He pushed his body to its limits, fasting, staying awake for days, anything to shock his system out of its ordinary, sleepy state. He was a spiritual scientist, and his own mind was the laboratory. He was driven by a deep dissatisfaction with the world he saw around him. He looked at people and saw sleepwalkers, people trapped in their beliefs, their traditions, their ambitions, living lives of quiet desperation, completely unaware of the vast inner universe they carried within them. He saw religion not as a path to liberation, but as another kind of prison, a set of dead rituals and empty words, passed down from generation to generation without any real experience behind them. He wanted the real thing. Not a belief in God, but the experience of God. Not a philosophy about truth, but truth itself. And then it happened. The day that would change his life, and the lives of millions forever. March 21, 1953. He was 21 years old, a student of philosophy at D.N. Jain College in Jabalpur. For days he had been in a state of intense turmoil. The spiritual search had reached a fever pitch. He couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep. He felt as if he was on the verge of either going mad or having a breakthrough. That night, he left his room and went to the Banvartal garden. He found a mulberry tree, a large, ancient tree, and he sat down beneath it. He describes the experience not as a gentle awakening, but as a violent explosion. An ego death, he said. The moment I entered the garden, everything became luminous. It was all over the place. The blessing, the benediction. He felt a profound connection to everything around him. The trees, the stars, the very air itself. The separation between him and the universe dissolved. He describes a feeling of immense energy rushing up through him. A sense of coming home. For 7 days after that night, he wandered in a daze. He would sit under the tree, barely moving, as this new state of consciousness settled within him. The old Chandra Mohan, the seeker, the debater, the rebel was gone. In his place was something else. Someone who had found what he was looking for, someone who was no longer searching, because he had become the search itself. What does it mean for a 21-year-old to become enlightened? It's a difficult concept to grasp. In the traditions of the East, it's the ultimate goal, the realization of one's true nature, the end of suffering. But for a young man in modern India, it was also a profound alienation. Who could he talk to about this? Who would understand? He had touched something ancient, something timeless, but he had to live in the modern world. So he did what any brilliant young man would do. He finished his education. He earned his master's degree in philosophy, and in 1958 he became a professor at Jabalpur University. And this is where the story truly begins to take shape, because the enlightened man did not retreat to a cave in the Himalayas. He stepped onto a stage, he walked into a classroom, and he began to speak. Imagine being a student in his class. You're expecting a dry lecture on Plato or Kant. Instead, this young professor with mesmerizing eyes walks in. He doesn't teach from a textbook. He speaks from his own experience. He talks about meditation, about love, about death, about rebellion. He challenges every belief you've ever held. He attacks society, politics, religion. He does it with humor, with logic, with stories that hold you spellbound. He's not just teaching philosophy, he's trying to wake you up. His lectures became legendary. Students from other departments would sneak in to listen. People from the town started showing up. His classroom was no longer just a classroom. It was a gathering, a satsang, a meeting in search of truth. He was charismatic, magnetic. He had a way of looking at you, of speaking to you, that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. He seemed to see right through you, to the very core of your being. He began to travel, giving talks across India. He called himself Acharya Rajneesh. Acharya meaning teacher, and Rajneesh, a childhood nickname meaning Lord of the Night. And his message was explosive for the conservative India of the 1960s. He spoke about sex, not as something shameful or sinful, but as a natural, beautiful energy, a doorway to the divine, if understood correctly. He argued that suppressing sexuality was the root of many of humanity's problems, leading to perversion and hypocrisy. In a country where such topics were taboo, This was revolutionary. It was scandalous. The press nicknamed him the sex guru, a label that would stick with him for the rest of his life. But to reduce his message to just sex is to miss the point entirely. His real target was the mind, the conditioned mind. He taught that you are not your thoughts, you are not your beliefs, you are not your identity. These are all just layers of programming you've picked up from society, from your parents, from your religion. His goal was to dismantle that programming, to help people unlearn everything they thought they knew, so they could discover who they truly were. He developed new forms of meditation. Traditional meditation, he argued, was designed for a different time, for a simpler world. Modern man was too repressed, too stressed, too full of anxiety to just sit silently. So he created what he called dynamic meditation. It was a chaotic, cathartic practice. It involved intense, fast breathing, followed by a period of emotional release, screaming, crying, laughing, shouting, then jumping and dancing, and finally, silence and stillness. The idea was to clean out the garbage of the mind, to release all the pent-up tension so that silence could happen naturally. People were drawn to this. Thousands of them. They were young, educated, disillusioned with the materialism of the West and the dead traditions of the East. They were seekers, just as he had been. And in Acharya Rajneesh, they found a master who didn't give them new beliefs to follow. He gave them tools to discover their own truth. He didn't ask for faith, he demanded experience. His followers, who he began to call sannyasins, were a strange new breed. Traditionally, a sannyasin in India was someone who renounced the world, who wore ochre robes, and lived a life of poverty and celibacy. Rajneesh turned this idea on its head. His sannyasins would also wear orange and red robes, and a mala, a necklace of 108 beads with his picture in a locket. But they were not asked to renounce the world. Just the opposite. He told them to live in the world, but not be of it, to enjoy life in its totality, to be a Zorba the Buddha. Zorba, the passionate, life-loving Greek, and Buddha, the silent, aware mystic. The goal was to combine the two, to be meditative in the marketplace, to be spiritual while being fully human, to celebrate life, not deny it. This was a radical message. It was a direct challenge to thousands of years of spiritual tradition that glorified poverty and self-denial. Rajneesh taught that there was no conflict between wealth and spirituality, between materialism and consciousness. You could have it all. This, of course, was incredibly appealing. It was a spirituality for the modern age, one that didn't require you to give up anything except your own misery. By the late 1960s, he was a phenomenon. He quit his teaching job to focus full-time on his work. He established meditation centers. He held large camps where thousands would gather to listen to his discourses and participate in his meditations. The movement was growing, and it was becoming more organized. He was no longer just a maverick professor. He was becoming a guru, a master with a following that was becoming more and more devoted. And here, in these early days, you can see the seeds of everything that would come later. The immense charisma that could captivate thousands, the revolutionary message that shattered social norms, the deep psychological insight into the human condition. But you can also see the beginnings of the controversy. The focus on money and materialism, the absolute devotion he inspired in his followers, a devotion that could be seen as liberating by some and deeply troubling by others. He changed his name again. He was now Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, Bhagwan meaning the Blessed One, a title often used for a god or an enlightened being. It was a bold, almost arrogant claim, but to his followers it was simply a statement of fact. They saw him as a living master, an awakened one, a man who had reached the highest peak of human consciousness. To the outside world, however, it was a sign of a growing ego, a dangerous megalomania. Who was this man? Was he a genuine mystic, a modern-day Buddha trying to wake up humanity? Or was he a brilliant psychologist, a master manipulator who understood the deep spiritual hunger of his time and knew exactly how to exploit it? The truth is probably far more complex than either of those options. He was a paradox. He contained multitudes. He could be incredibly profound one moment and shockingly profane the next. He could speak with the wisdom of an ancient sage and then tell a dirty joke. He was everything, and he was nothing. He was a mirror, and what people saw in him often said more about them than it did about him. The journey from the small boy in Kuchwada to the world-famous guru Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh was a remarkable one. It was a journey fueled by a relentless search for truth, a deep rebellion against all forms of authority, and a charisma that was almost supernatural. He had found his enlightenment under a tree in a quiet garden. He had honed his message in a university classroom. He had gathered his first followers in the towns and cities of India. He had created a new kind of sannyasin, a new vision for a spiritual life. But India was just the beginning. The world was changing. The 1960s counterculture in the West had created a generation of young people who were searching for exactly what he was offering. They were tired of war, of consumerism, of organized religion. They were looking for experience, for transformation, for a deeper meaning to life. And word of this strange, powerful guru from India began to spread. They started to arrive. First a trickle, then a flood. Westerners with backpacks and hungry eyes coming to India to sit at the feet of the master. The story was just getting started, and it was about to get much, much bigger and much, much darker. He was no longer just a professor. He was a global phenomenon, and the world was about to take notice. And so, the energy needed a home, a lightning rod, a place where the storm of this new consciousness could finally make landfall. For years, he had been a wanderer, a voice on the wind, speaking in lecture halls and to crowds in public parks. But a movement cannot live on the road forever. It needs a heart, a central place to pump its lifeblood. And in 1974, that heart began to beat in a quiet, leafy suburb of Pune, India. The location was called Korgion Park. It was an old colonial neighborhood filled with sprawling bungalows left behind by the British Raj. Ancient banyan trees draped their roots over crumbling stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and frangipani, mixed with the ever-present smell of dust and diesel from the city beyond. It was here, in two adjoining properties, that the phenomenon of Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh would build its first true kingdom. It began as a trickle, then became a flood. They came from everywhere. From Germany, from England, from Australia, and especially from America. They were the children of the counterculture, the veterans of Woodstock and the anti-war protests. The dream of the 60s had faded for many, leaving behind a spiritual hangover, a yearning for something more than just political slogans and psychedelic drugs. They were educated, they were affluent, and they were profoundly lost. They were therapists, lawyers, artists, and academics, people who had achieved everything their Western society told them would bring happiness only, to find an aching void inside. And they heard whispers of a man in India, a man who didn't demand faith, but encouraged experience, a man who didn't ask you to renounce the world, but to live in it totally, a man who spoke their language, referencing Freud and Jesus, Zen masters and Nietzsche, all in the same breath. He was the perfect guru for the skeptical, intelligent Western seeker. He promised not a dusty old religion, but a science of the inner self, a path to enlightenment that didn't require a lifetime of silent meditation in a cave, but could be found right here, right now, in the chaotic mess of modern life. So they sold their homes, left their careers, and bought one-way tickets to Bombay, then took the rickety train inland to Pune. They arrived in this strange new world, blinking in the harsh Indian sun, carrying backpacks and searching eyes. What did they find when they finally walked through the gates of the ashram at number 17 Corgion Park? They didn't find peace. Not at first. What they found was noise, chaos, a vibrant, pulsing, and often terrifying human experiment. This was not a place for quiet contemplation. It was a spiritual laboratory, a pressure cooker designed to strip you of everything you thought you were. And the primary tool for that demolition was a meditation unlike any other. He called it dynamic meditation, and it was the brutal, shocking centerpiece of life at the Pune ashram. Imagine this. You've just arrived, jet-lagged and disoriented. You're told to gather before dawn in a large, marble-floored hall. It's named after the Buddha. The air is already hot and sticky. You're surrounded by hundreds of other people, all dressed in loose, comfortable clothing. Many are naked from the waist up. You're nervous. You don't know what to expect. A facilitator explains the rules, but the words barely register. Then the music starts. It begins with a single, driving drum beat, and the first stage begins. For 10 minutes, you are to breathe. Not just breathe, but breathe chaotically, deeply, rapidly through your nose. As fast and as hard as you can. You are told to let your body move with the breath, to become the breathing. At first, it feels forced, unnatural. But soon, the sheer lack of oxygen and the frantic rhythm take over. Your mind, the constant chatter, begins to short-circuit. Your body starts to tremble. The room fills with a sound like 1,000 bellows stoking a great fire. You can feel the energy building, a raw, primal force rising from your gut. You are losing control. And that is the entire point. Then, the second stage, catharsis. The music explodes into a frenzy of chaotic sound. For the next 10 minutes, you are given one instruction: explode, go totally mad. Scream, shout, cry, laugh, punch pillows, kick the air, roll on the floor. Let out everything you have ever repressed. Every frustration from your job, every childhood trauma, every heartbreak, all the anger, all the grief, all the madness you've kept locked away to be a civilized person. And the room erupts. It becomes a vision from hell, a writhing, screaming mass of humanity. People are shrieking at the top of their lungs, their faces contorted in masks of rage and pain. Others are weeping uncontrollably, curled in a fetal position. Some are laughing hysterically, a wild, unhinged laughter that borders on insanity. There is no judgment, there is only permission. The polite, quiet person you thought you were is gone. In its place is a raw, screaming animal, and in that animalistic release there is a strange, terrifying freedom. You are touching a part of yourself you never knew existed, or a part you've spent your entire life trying to hide. This raw, unfiltered search for meaning is a powerful force. It drives people to the ends of the earth, to the very edge of themselves. If you find value in these explorations of history's more complex moments, and they help you find your own quiet, consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It allows these stories to continue. Now back to the chaos of Pune, where the silence was always earned. After 10 minutes of pure bedlam, the music changes again. A new instruction. The third stage. With your arms raised high above your head, you are to jump up and down, shouting the mantra "Hoo, hoo, hoo" from deep in your belly for 10 solid minutes. It's a primal sound, a guttural shock to the system. You land on the flats of your feet, letting the vibration travel up your spine, striking the base of your skull. It is grueling. Your legs burn. Your throat is raw. Your mind is screaming at you to stop. But you keep going, pushed on by the energy of hundreds of others doing the same thing. The room becomes a sea of bouncing bodies, a single pulsating organism shouting its existence to the sky. The word "who" is designed to hammer on the sex center, the root chakra, awakening a deep, dormant energy. You are not thinking anymore. You are pure kinetic energy, pure vibration. And then, silence. The music stops. A voice shouts, "Freeze!" The fourth stage. Utter, absolute stillness. You stop exactly where you are, in whatever position you find yourself. You do not move a muscle, not an inch, for 15 minutes. After the unbelievable exertion and noise, the silence is deafening. It crashes over you like a physical wave. Your body is screaming with exhaustion, covered in sweat, every muscle aching. But you are a statue, a witness, and in that stillness, something happens. With the body exhausted and the mind stunned into silence, you become aware. You watch the thoughts flicker by without attachment. You feel the frantic beating of your heart slow down. You observe the sensations in your body. There is no you doing anything. There is only watching, only awareness. For many, this was the first true moment of meditation they had ever experienced. A moment of pure, unadulterated presence. It wasn't a concept from a book. It was a reality, earned through fire. Finally, the fifth stage. Celebration. Gentle, celebratory music begins to play. For the last 15 minutes, you are to dance, to move in gratitude for the experience. The energy in the room is transformed. The rage and pain are gone. In their place is a profound sense of joy, of lightness, of connection. People hug each other, tears of relief and happiness streaming down their faces. They dance with a freedom and abandon they haven't felt since they were children. The sun is rising outside, streaming through the windows of the Buddha Hall. A new day has begun, and you feel reborn, cleansed, empty in the best possible way. This was the daily ritual, the foundation of the Pune ashram. It was shocking, it was intense, and for thousands of Westerners, it was unbelievably effective. They felt they had purged years of emotional baggage in a single hour. It was group therapy, primal scream, and spiritual practice all rolled into one. And it was addictive. But dynamic meditation was only the beginning. The ashram was a full-blown spiritual carnival. a 24/7 therapeutic amusement park. Rajneesh had ingeniously blended Eastern mystical traditions with the most radical fringes of the Western human potential movement. He offered a dizzying menu of workshops and therapy groups, each one designed to shatter the ego and break down social conditioning. There were encounter groups, based on the work of Carl Rogers, where participants were locked in a room for days at a time, forced to confront each other with brutal honesty. All masks were torn away. People screamed, confessed their darkest secrets, and engaged in physical confrontations. The goal was to reach a state of raw, authentic connection, but the methods were often psychologically shattering. There were tantra groups, which explored sexuality as a path to spiritual awakening. In a world still reeling from Victorian repression, this was revolutionary. The ashram became famous for its atmosphere of free love. Relationships were fluid, monogamy was seen as a form of attachment and possession, and sexual experimentation was actively encouraged as a way to transcend desire by indulging in it completely. This, of course, was what the media seized upon. They painted him as the sex guru, a label that both attracted thousands more followers and created a firestorm of controversy. There were groups that used bioenergetics, Rolfing, Gestalt therapy, and a dozen other New Age techniques. Some groups were designed to push you back into your childhood traumas. Others were designed to make you confront your fear of death, with participants lying in makeshift coffins. There was a group called Sufi dancing that involved hours of ecstatic whirling. There was another called gibberish meditation, where for 30 minutes you would simply speak nonsense, a babble of meaningless sounds, to bypass the logical mind. The entire ashram was a stage for psychodrama. Life there was intense, confrontational, and utterly unpredictable. You might be sitting quietly, eating your vegetarian lunch, when the person next to you suddenly has a complete emotional breakdown, and everyone around them stops to help them process it. You could be walking through the gardens and stumble upon a therapy group where people are acting like animals or beating pillows with tennis rackets. It was an environment of total permission, and for people who had spent their lives in rigid, rule-based societies, it was intoxicating. You could be anyone you wanted to be. You could shed your old name, your old identity. When you became a follower, a sannyasin, you were given a new name, a Sanskrit name chosen by Rajneesh himself. You were given a mala, a necklace of 108 wooden beads with a locket containing his picture, and you were asked to wear only clothes in shades of red, orange, and maroon, the colors of the sunrise. To see them, thousands of them, walking the streets of Pune in their flowing red robes, was a striking sight. They were a tribe, a new family bound together by their shared devotion to this one man and their radical journey of self-discovery. They worked in the ashram for free, cooking, cleaning, building, and running the therapy groups. They lived in a state of heightened emotion, of constant self-examination. And at the center of it all, the quiet eye of the hurricane, was Bhagwan. Every morning, he would give a discourse. This was the main event of the day. Thousands of sannyasins would pack into the Buddha hall, sitting in silence, waiting for him to arrive. He would enter slowly, deliberately, his hands held together in the traditional namaste greeting. He would sit in a plush, velvet chair, his long white beard and soft, flowing robes giving him the appearance of a biblical prophet. His eyes, large and mesmerizing, would scan the crowd, and then he would speak. His voice was soft, almost hypnotic. He never used notes. He would speak for 2 hours, weaving together jokes, Zen parables, philosophical insights, and critiques of society. He could be profound one moment and hilariously vulgar the next. He dismantled every sacred cow: marriage, family, religion, politics. He told his followers that they were already perfect, already enlightened. They just had to wake up and realize it. He gave them permission to be selfish, to be rich, to enjoy their bodies, to live life to the fullest. Zorba the Buddha was his ideal, a person who could enjoy the sensual pleasures of the world, like Zorba the Greek, but with the silent awareness of a Buddha. For his followers, these discourses were like drinking water in a desert. He seemed to understand their deepest questions, their most hidden fears. He spoke directly to their souls. They would laugh, they would cry, they would sit in rapt silence, hanging on his every word. He was their master, their friend, their spiritual guide. And their love for him was absolute. It was a devotion that bordered on worship. The Pune ashram exploded in popularity. The 2 small bungalows became a sprawling 6-acre campus with its own bakery, boutique, and health center. The trickle of Westerners became a daily pilgrimage. By the late 1970s, it was the single largest tourist attraction in India for foreigners. The ashram was a multi-million-dollar enterprise, funded by the donations of its wealthy followers and the fees from the countless therapy groups. But as the ashram grew, so did the problems. The chaotic, anything-goes atmosphere began to have a darker side. The intense therapy groups could push unstable people over the edge, leading to psychological breakdowns. The emphasis on free love led to jealousy, heartbreak, and emotional chaos. There were whispers of exploitation, of therapists using their power to manipulate vulnerable followers, and the local Indian community in Pune was becoming increasingly hostile to this strange foreign cult that had taken over their quiet neighborhood with its loud, emotional displays and blatant disregard for traditional Indian values. The spiritual carnival was becoming unmanageable. The very freedom and chaos that had made it so attractive were now threatening to tear it apart. Something had to change. The movement needed more structure, more control. It needed an iron hand to guide it through the storm. And as the decade came to a close, that hand was about to make its presence felt. The story of this grand experiment was far from over. In fact, the most dramatic and the darkest chapter was just about to begin. To understand what would fuel that fire to grasp the core of the explosion that was about to happen, you can't look at blueprints or bank statements. Not yet. You have to look at an idea, a single, seductive, and profoundly dangerous idea. An idea that would act as the magnet pulling thousands of souls from across the world into this man's orbit, ready to give him everything. Their money, their bodies, their will. What was it? What was this revolutionary concept that promised to tear down centuries of spiritual tradition? It wasn't a complex sutra or a secret prayer. It was a name, a hybrid creature of philosophy. He called it the New Man, and he gave this new man a title, Zorba the Buddha. Think about that for a moment. Zorba, the Buddha. Close your eyes and picture a Buddha. What do you see? You see stillness, serenity, a figure carved from stone or cast in bronze, seated under a Bodhi tree. eyes closed, a gentle, knowing smile playing on the lips. The world of desire, of passion, of noise, it's all gone. He has risen above it. He is detachment personified. He represents the soul, the spirit, the ethereal. He is the quiet whisper of the cosmos, the ultimate goal of transcendence, to leave the messy, chaotic world behind. Now, picture a Zorba. If you don't know the name, let me paint you a picture. It comes from a novel, Zorba the Greek. Zorba is not still. Zorba is never still. Zorba is a whirlwind of a man. He is the earth itself. He is loud. He drinks wine, not from a delicate glass, but from the bottle. He smashes plates when he dances, not out of anger, but out of pure, uncontainable life force. He loves women with a ferocious passion. He works with his hands, feeling the grit of the soil, the splinter of the wood. He laughs from his belly. He weeps without shame. He lives entirely in his senses. He is the body, the blood, the raw, untamed, chaotic energy of being alive. Zorba would look at the serene, still Buddha and ask, "Why are you sitting there? The sun is shining. The wine is cold. There is music to be made." For thousands of years, across nearly every major religion and spiritual path, the story was the same. To find the Buddha, you had to kill the Zorba inside you. You had to suppress the desires, tame the passions, deny the body. You had to starve it, fast it, whip it, ignore it. The flesh was a cage, a distraction, a temptation sent to pull you away from God, from enlightenment, from salvation. The spirit and the body were at war. And for your soul to win, your body had to lose. This was the fundamental law of holiness. And then, along came this man from India, this Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, who stood before a generation of seekers and said something utterly blasphemous. He said, they were all wrong. The priests, the gurus, the saints, the mystics, all of them had missed the entire point. He said the Buddha was only half a man, and Zorba was only half a man. The real goal wasn't to choose between them. The real goal, the only goal, was to become both at the same time. Zorba the Buddha, this was the central pillar of his entire empire, the philosophy that would justify everything. The Rolls Royces, the free love, the mountains of cash, the private army, all of it grew from this one simple, earth-shattering idea: you do not have to choose. How does it work? How can you be a passionate, world-loving hedonist and a detached, enlightened master simultaneously? It seems like a paradox, a contradiction. But Osho was a master of dissolving contradictions. Here's how he explained it. He would say that you cannot renounce what you have not known. You cannot truly become detached from the world until you have lived in it totally. He argued that centuries of religious repression hadn't created saints. They had created sick, twisted, and miserable human beings. Think about it from his perspective. A man who has fasted his whole life, who has denied himself food, is he free from food? No. He is obsessed with it. He dreams of it. He is tormented by it. His entire reality is defined by the food he is not eating. A monk who takes a vow of celibacy, is he free from sex, or is he haunted by it? Osho would argue that his mind is filled with repressed images, with guilt, with a constant, simmering battle against his own nature. He is not at peace. He is at war with himself. This, Osho said, was the great lie of traditional religion. Repression does not lead to liberation. Repression leads to obsession. It creates a shadow, a dark basement in your soul, where you throw all your natural desires. And those desires don't die in the dark. They fester. They mutate. They become ugly. They bang on the door, demanding to be let out. So what was his solution? It was radical. It was terrifying to the old world and intoxicatingly liberating to the new. His solution was don't repress, indulge, but indulge with a difference. Indulge with total awareness. This was the key. He wasn't just advocating for mindless hedonism. Or at least, that wasn't the sales pitch. He was selling a form of spiritual alchemy. The idea was to take the raw, base energy of your desires, the energy of Zorba, and use it as fuel to reach the heights of the Buddha. Let's talk about money. For centuries, holiness was equated with poverty. The holy man wears rags. He begs for his food. He owns nothing. Jesus said it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. This was the accepted wisdom. Wealth was a barrier to the divine. Osho called this nonsense. He said it was a conspiracy by the priests to keep people poor and miserable, and therefore controllable. He said, poverty doesn't make you holy. It makes you bitter. It makes you hungry. It makes you obsessed with survival. How can you meditate on the cosmos when you're worried about where your next meal is coming from? His teaching was this: become rich. Be as materially successful as you can possibly be. Surround yourself with beauty, with luxury. Why? Because only by having it can you realize that it's not enough. Only by driving the most expensive car can you come to the profound, experiential understanding that the car does not bring you ultimate happiness. A poor man dreams of a Rolls-Royce, thinking it will solve all his problems. It becomes his god. A rich man owns 100 Rolls-Royces and knows, with absolute certainty, that they are just machines. He is free from the desire for them, not by denying the desire, but by fulfilling it. He has passed through the experience. He has exhausted it. You see the seductive logic. He was telling people, mostly affluent Westerners who felt guilty about their own comfort, that their wealth wasn't an obstacle to enlightenment. It was a prerequisite. It was a tool. Go ahead, he was saying, make your millions, buy the mansion, live in luxury. Don't feel guilty about it. Use it. Use it as a stepping stone. Be a Zorba in the marketplace, and that will help you become a Buddha in your soul. It was a message that a generation raised on capitalism and searching for meaning was desperate to hear. And then there was sex. This was, and remains, the most controversial part of his teaching. In the ashram in Pune and later in the commune in Oregon, sexuality was not just tolerated, it was central. He was called the sex guru, a label he hated, but one that was, in many ways, accurate. Again, he started by attacking the old ways. He pointed to the deep sickness and hypocrisy surrounding sexuality in every culture. The shame, the guilt, the perversions that arise from repression. He argued that the energy of sex is simply life energy. It is the most powerful, creative force we possess. It is the energy that creates new life. To deny it, to call it sinful, was to deny life itself. It was, he said, the greatest crime of organized religion. His proposal was a path he called from sex to superconsciousness. The idea was to transform the sexual act from a moment of base, physical release into a profound meditation. He taught that if two people could come together, not just with their bodies, but with their total being, with awareness, with love, with a sense of reverence, the moment of orgasm could become a window into the divine, a moment where the ego dissolves, where two people become one, and that oneness momentarily merges with the oneness of the universe. Satori, a glimpse of enlightenment. For a few seconds, the chattering mind stops. The sense of self disappears. There is only pure energy, pure bliss. Most people, he said, miss this entirely. They use sex mechanically, guiltily, quickly. They are absent from the act, their mind somewhere else. They are trying to get something, to achieve something, and so they miss the gift. He encouraged his followers, his sannyasins, to explore their sexuality without shame, to have multiple partners, to break down the jealousies and possessiveness of traditional relationships. This wasn't about a simple free love orgy. The philosophical framework was critical. It was a spiritual practice, a tantric path. You were to use the energy of Zorba, the raw, passionate, physical desire as a rocket fuel. By going into it so totally, so consciously, you could be launched out of it, into the silent, timeless space of the Buddha. You can imagine how this message landed in the 1970s. For young people from Europe and America, fleeing the stiff, puritanical morals of their parents. This was more than just a philosophy. It was permission. It was liberation. He was a guru who wasn't telling them to say no. He was a guru who was telling them that their deepest, most sinful desires were actually the doorway to God. All they had to do was walk through that door with awareness. So you have wealth as a tool, sex as a tool. What about emotions? Anger, joy, sadness? The traditional path said to control them, to be stoic, to rise above them. The Buddha is serene, unmoved by the chaos of the world. Osho's path, feel them, totally. If you are angry, he taught, don't suppress it, and don't just mindlessly vent it on someone else. Go into a room alone and be angry. Become the anger. Roar like a lion. Punch a pillow. Let the energy move through you, consciously, without judgment. Watch it. Be a witness to your own storm. And what you will find, he promised, is that the storm passes. By allowing it to be expressed fully, it exhausts itself. And in its wake is a great silence, a great peace. The peace of the Buddha. If you are joyful, don't just smile politely. Dance, sing, laugh until your belly aches. Become the joy. Dissolve into it. The same with sadness. If you need to weep, then weep with your whole being. Become a river of tears. Don't hold back. Don't be ashamed. Experience the sadness so completely that you pass through to the other side. This was the essence of his dynamic meditation, one of his most famous techniques. It wasn't about sitting silently. It involved chaotic breathing, screaming, dancing, laughing, crying, a full-body catharsis designed to purge all that repressed energy from the basement of the soul, to let Zorba scream and dance himself into exhaustion, so that the silent, watchful Buddha could finally emerge. It was a philosophy of totality. Whatever you do, do it 100%. If you are going to be a Zorba, be a total Zorba. And in that very totality, you will find the door to the Buddha. This is why his followers seemed so alive, so vibrant, so radiant to outsiders. They were given permission to be fully human. They were told that their flaws, their desires, their messy emotions were not sins to be ashamed of, but raw materials for their own enlightenment. It was an incredibly empowering message. It took spirituality out of the cold, remote monastery and placed it right in the center of your messy, complicated, passionate life. He was essentially saying your life, right now, with all its desires for money, for love, for experience. That is the curriculum. That is the spiritual path. Don't run away from it. Don't escape to a cave in the Himalayas. Dive into it, head first. The synthesis of Zorba and the Buddha was the ultimate rejection of duality. The sacred and the profane, the body and the soul, heaven and earth. For Osho, these were not opposites. They were two ends of the same energy spectrum. You couldn't have one without the other. A Buddha who had never known the dance of Zorba was, in his view, dry, lifeless, and incomplete. A Zorba who never found the silence of the Buddha was just a beautiful animal, living and dying without ever knowing his own true nature. The new man, the Zorba, the Buddha, would be a synthesis. He would be able to function perfectly in the world, to be a scientist, a poet, an entrepreneur, a lover. He would enjoy a beautiful sunset, a delicious meal, a piece of music, the touch of a lover. He would live his Zorba nature to the fullest. But inside, at the very core of his being, would be a center of absolute stillness, a watchfulness, a detachment. A Buddha, sitting silently at the center of the cyclone, untouched by it all. He would be in the world, but not of it. This was the promise, and it was perhaps the most brilliant spiritual marketing of the 20th century. It offered everything. You could have your cake and eat it too. You could have enlightenment and a sports car. You could have transcendence and a vibrant sex life. You could be a raging capitalist and a serene meditator. He took the deepest yearning of the human spirit, the desire for meaning, for transcendence, and he married it to the most immediate desires of the human body and ego. And in doing so, he created a spiritual path that was, for many, irresistible. It removed the guilt, it removed the sacrifice. It removed the word no from the spiritual vocabulary and replaced it with a resounding, conscious yes. Yes to life, yes to love, yes to wealth, yes to your own messy, beautiful, chaotic humanity. Because in that yes, he promised, you would find the silence, the peace, and the freedom you were searching for all along. This was the beautiful, seductive theory. This was the gospel that built an empire. The philosophy that convinced doctors, lawyers, and artists to sell their homes, leave their families, and dedicate their lives to building a new world in their master's image. But there is often a vast, dark chasm between a beautiful theory and what happens when thousands of flawed, ego-driven human beings try to put it into practice. The idea of Zorba, the Buddha, is a perfect synthesis on paper. But what happens when the Zorba begins to eclipse the Buddha? What happens when the indulgence is no longer conscious? When the desire for wealth becomes simple greed? When the exploration of sexuality becomes exploitation? When the expression of anger becomes just violence? The philosophy itself provided the perfect cover. Any excess, any greed, any indulgence could be justified as part of the spiritual process. Who could say if you were just being a hedonist, or if you were consciously exhausting your desires on the path to enlightenment? Only you knew. And more importantly, only the Master knew. This brilliant, paradoxical philosophy became a double-edged sword. It was a path to liberation for some, but it was also a recipe for absolute power, a system that could justify anything. And as the money and the power grew, the line between the Zorba and the Buddha would begin to blur, until, for many, it disappeared entirely, lost in the dust of a desert road, somewhere in the wilds of Oregon. The beautiful idea was about to be put to the test, and the results would be catastrophic. And so the test began, not with a bang, but with 1,000 tiny shifts, a change in the air, A new rule whispered from one person to another, a subtle tightening of the web that held this grand experiment together. In the Korgion Park ashram in Pune, the dream of total freedom was about to meet the reality of human nature, and the collision would create a new kind of gravity, a force that pulled everything and everyone toward a single silent center. Imagine, for a moment, you are there. The late 1970s. You've left behind a world of grey conformity, of 9-to-5 jobs and quiet desperation. You arrive in Pune, and the world explodes into color. The deep, rich maroon and sunset orange robes of the sannyasins flow everywhere. The air is thick with the scent of Nag Champa incense, of jasmine blooming on the walls, of sweat from the bodies pressed together in ecstatic dance. You hear a constant symphony of sound. Laughter, yes, so much laughter, but also something else. Primal screams from the therapy domes, the rhythmic, cathartic panting of dynamic meditation, and above it all, the hypnotic, mesmerizing cadence of Bhagwan's voice, piped through speakers across the entire compound. It feels like liberation. It feels like you have finally come home. Every person you meet has shed their old name, their old life. They are Ma this or Swami that. They look you in the eye with an unnerving intensity, a serene bliss that you crave more than anything. They tell you that here you can be your true self. You can shout, you can cry, you can love freely, you can break every taboo your old life held sacred. You are encouraged to surrender. Surrender your possessions, which are just attachments to a dead world. Surrender your name, a label given to you by people who never understood you. Surrender your mind, your ego, the chattering voice of doubt that has held you prisoner for so long. It's intoxicating, a powerful, spiritual anesthetic for the pain of being human, and for a time it works. The ashram swells. From a few dozen followers, it becomes a few hundred, then thousands. They pour in from Germany, from England, from Australia, from America. Wealthy heirs, disillusioned therapists, seekers of every kind. They come with their money, their inheritances, their life savings, and they lay it all at the feet of the master. The donations are called gifts. The free labor to build the ashram is called worship. The psychological submission is called trust. But running a city-state of seekers is not a simple thing. The logistics alone become a nightmare. Food for thousands, housing, sanitation, and then there are the neighbors. The locals in the quiet, upscale Pune neighborhood who are suddenly living next to a whirlwind of cathartic screaming, open sexuality, and strange foreign customs. The Indian government, initially tolerant, starts to take notice. Questions are asked about visas, about taxes, about the mountains of foreign currency flowing into the ashram's coffers. Bhagwan, the enlightened master, couldn't be bothered with such things. He was a philosopher, a guide. His focus was on the cosmos, on consciousness, not on plumbing and permits. He would glide into his morning discourse, speak for 2 hours, and then retreat into the silence and seclusion of his private residence, Lao Tzu House. He needed someone to handle the world for him. Someone to be his hands, his voice, his sword in the material plane. He needed a manager, a protector, an enforcer, and that is where she enters the story. You would have seen her, a small woman, young, in her late 20s, with sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing, and a mouth that was quick to smile, but even quicker to deliver a cutting remark. Her name was Sheila Ambalal Patel, a young Indian woman who had grown up in a family of devotees. She had known Bhagwan since she was a child. He was not a distant guru to her. He was a family friend, a figure of immense personal importance. When she came of age, she moved to America, married an American, and studied art. But the pull of her childhood guru was too strong. She returned to India, a widow now, and threw herself into his service. At first, she was just one of many, but Sheila possessed a combination of traits that made her unique. She had a fierce, almost terrifying devotion to Bhagwan. To her, he was not just a teacher, he was God on earth. And any threat to him, or to his vision, was a threat that had to be neutralized, utterly. She was also ruthlessly pragmatic. While others were lost in meditative bliss, Sheila was organizing work schedules, balancing accounts, and negotiating with contractors. She understood power. She understood money. She understood that a spiritual utopia needed a foundation of cold, hard cash and brutal efficiency. Bhagwan saw this in her. He saw the fire. He saw the loyalty that asked no questions. He started giving her more and more responsibility. She became his personal secretary, his gatekeeper. And slowly, imperceptibly at first, the atmosphere of the ashram began to change. The open, flowing structure began to harden, to crystallize around this new center of power. Before Sheila, access to Bhagwan was difficult, but possible. Now, it became impossible. All requests, all messages, all gifts had to go through her. She alone decided who was worthy of the Master's time. She became the sole conduit between the divine and the devoted, and this one change shifted the entire dynamic of the community. Power, once dispersed, was now concentrated in the hands of one person, and she knew exactly how to use it. The rules became more explicit, the pressure to conform, once a gentle nudge from the community, became a direct order from Sheila's newly formed departments. There were security forces, the samurai, who patrolled the grounds, checking for passes. There were administrators who decided your work assignment, your housing, even your relationships. The free-flowing love was now managed. Certain partnerships were encouraged, others quietly discouraged. Your life was no longer entirely your own. It belonged to the commune, and the commune belonged to Bhagwan. And Bhagwan's will was interpreted by Sheila. The therapy groups, once tools for personal liberation, became something else. They became instruments of control. Imagine being in one of these encounter groups. You are in a room with a dozen other people for days on end. You are sleep-deprived, underfed, and relentlessly provoked by a group leader. Every defense you have is stripped away. You are forced to confront your deepest fears, your most shameful secrets, your most painful traumas. You scream, you weep, you rage. You might even be physically restrained or assaulted as part of the therapy. In the end, you break. Everyone does. And in that moment of absolute vulnerability, of complete psychic surrender, you are rebuilt. You are filled with a new identity. The identity of the commune. Your loyalty to your old self is shattered, and in its place is a profound, unshakable loyalty to Bhagwan. You feel gratitude. You believe you have been saved, purified. You don't see that you've been broken. You don't see that your will has been replaced. You have been emptied out and refilled. And now you will do anything for the man and the organization that gave you this feeling of rebirth. It's a terrifyingly effective form of psychological conditioning disguised as spiritual growth. And Sheila championed these methods. She saw their utility. A broken, Remade follower is a compliant follower. A compliant follower is a good worker, a generous donor, a loyal soldier. The ashram was no longer just a place for spiritual seeking. It was becoming an organization, a corporation, a private army. The conflict with the outside world escalated. The Indian government, under Prime Minister Morarji Desai, was deeply conservative and viewed the ashram with intense suspicion. They saw the rumors of sex, the piles of money, the disregard for local customs, and they saw a threat. They began to deny visas for incoming foreigners. They launched tax investigations, claiming the ashram was a commercial enterprise, not a religious one. They made it clear that this strange cult was not welcome. For the sannyasins inside the ashram walls, this was proof of everything Bhagwan had been saying. The world was corrupt. The politicians were blind. They were the forces of darkness trying to extinguish the light of a new consciousness. This siege mentality only strengthened their resolve. It bonded them together, us against the world. And who was on the front lines, fighting for them, fighting for their master? Ma Anand Sheela. She was the one who went to Delhi to battle the bureaucrats. She was the one who held defiant press conferences, her voice dripping with contempt for the hypocritical Indian authorities. She was the one who told the sannyasins that the world hated them because it feared their freedom. She framed the struggle not as a legal dispute, but as a holy war. And in this war, she was Bhagwan's general. Her power grew with every battle. Inside the ashram, she created a hierarchy, an inner circle. Those who were loyal to her were promoted. They were given better housing, more important jobs, more access. Those who questioned her, those who clung to the old, free-spirited ways of the early days, found themselves on the outside. They were given menial tasks, cleaning toilets, digging ditches. They were ostracized, labeled as having a negative ego. The message was clear loyalty. To Sheela was loyalty to Bhagwan. To question her was to question the master himself. And what of Bhagwan during all this? He remained in silence. He had stopped giving public discourses. His health was apparently failing. He communicated only with Sheela. He was the silent, smiling God in the center of the storm, while his chosen apostle waged war in his name. Or so it seemed. How much did he know? Was Sheela a rogue agent, twisting his message of freedom into a doctrine of control for her own ambition? Or was she the perfect instrument, carrying out his unspoken will? This is the question that haunts the entire story. The sannyasins believed she was simply fulfilling his wishes, that every harsh rule, every demand for money, every lie told to the press was secretly ordained by the master himself for some higher cosmic purpose they couldn't yet understand. It was a perfect system of power, the untouchable, silent guru and the ruthless, worldly administrator. He provided the divine justification. She provided the practical enforcement. Together, they forged a community that was both a spiritual paradise and a tightly controlled authoritarian state. The money kept pouring in. Rolls-Royces began to appear, not just one, but dozens. Bhagwan had developed a love for the ultimate symbol of worldly wealth. Sheela explained it to the confused sannyasins. It was a joke, she said, a joke on the materialist world, a way of showing that an enlightened man could enjoy wealth without being attached to it. The sannyasins, who had given up all their own possessions to live in simple dorms and work 12-hour days, accepted this. They worked harder, donated more, so their master could have another diamond watch, another custom-built car. The contradiction was so vast, so blindingly obvious, that the only way to resolve it was through an act of faith, a surrender of logic. And so the first shadows lengthened in Pune. The beautiful garden was becoming a fortress. The laughter was still there, but it was now punctuated by the disciplined chants of workers and the quiet whispers of suspicion. Who was truly devoted? Who was a government spy? Who was questioning Sheila's authority? Paranoia began to seep into the soil. The dream of a new man, a Zorba, the Buddha, who could be both spiritual and worldly, was being twisted. The Zorba was now a loyal worker bee. The Buddha was a silent leader who communicated only through his iron-willed prophetess. The experiment in freedom was becoming an experiment in absolute obedience. The beautiful idea was being tested, and it was failing, or perhaps it was succeeding in a way no one had ever intended. The walls were closing in, both literally and figuratively. The Indian government was tightening the noose. The local community's patience had run out. The ashram, once an oasis, was now an island under siege. It could not stay here. It had grown too large, too controversial, too loud for this quiet corner of India. Sheila knew this, and you have to imagine she saw an opportunity. A crisis is a chance to seize even more power. A move, a relocation, would allow her to completely remake the community in her own image, far from the prying eyes of her enemies. She needed a new promised land, a blank slate, a place where they could build their utopia from the ground up, with no neighbors to complain, no government to interfere, a place in the middle of nowhere. A vast, empty expanse of land where they could finally create their own world, by their own rules. The search began, and it would lead them to a place that could not have been more different from the lush, crowded landscape of India. It would lead them to the high desert of Central Oregon in the United States of America. The first chapter was over. The Pune experiment, with all its wild, ecstatic, and beautiful energy, had run its course. It had planted the seeds of a new kind of consciousness, but it had also cultivated the seeds of its own destruction. Control, paranoia, greed, the very things they claimed to have transcended, were now at the very heart of their organization. The stage was set for a far grander and far more dangerous act. The shadows that first appeared in Pune were about to stretch across an ocean and fall upon an unsuspecting American town. The small-scale battles with Indian bureaucrats were about to become an all-out war with the United States government. And Ma Anand Sheila, the ambitious secretary, was about to become the undisputed queen of a multi-million-dollar empire, ready to do anything, and I mean anything, to protect her king and her kingdom. The story was just getting started, and it only gets louder from here. And that sound, the one that had been building in Pune, was about to find a new amplifier. An entire continent, in fact. To build the kind of world Bhagwan envisioned, a world centered entirely around him. A small ashram in a crowded Indian city was no longer enough. It was a container too small for the consciousness he claimed to be building. He needed land. He needed isolation. He needed a blank canvas on which to paint his masterpiece. And he found it in the one place that has always sold the dream of the blank canvas better than anywhere else on earth. America. The move wasn't a slow migration. It was an exodus. Sudden, decisive, In 1981, with his health cited as the official reason, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh left India. He didn't go to New York or Los Angeles, the obvious centers of spiritual seeking in the West. That would have been too predictable, too mundane. No, his inner circle, led by his fiercely loyal and ruthlessly efficient personal secretary, Ma Anand Shaila, had found something else, something vast and empty and forgotten. They found a piece of land in the high desert of central Oregon. Imagine it for a moment. You are a follower, a sannyasin. You have given up your life in London, or Berlin, or Sydney. You have surrendered your name, your past, your attachments. You live for the bliss you find in his presence, in the dynamic meditations that shake your soul loose. And then, one day, the word comes down. We are leaving. We are going to America. We are building a city. A city for us. And you follow. Of course you follow. The place they bought was called the Big Muddy Ranch. The name alone tells you almost everything you need to know. It wasn't prime real estate. It was 64,000 acres of arid scrubland, canyons, and dust. For generations, it had been a place of failed homesteads and struggling cattle operations. A place people left, not a place people came to. It was vast, isolated, and to most eyes, utterly inhospitable. The nearest town, Antelope, had a population of less than 50 people, mostly retirees, people who had come to this quiet corner of the world precisely because nothing ever happened there. But Sheila and the other leaders of the movement didn't see a wasteland. They saw potential. They saw a kingdom. The very emptiness that repelled others was what attracted them. It meant privacy. It meant no neighbors to complain about the noise, the strange clothes, the unconventional lifestyle. It meant they could build their world from the ground up, exactly as they saw fit, without compromise. This wasn't just an engineering project. It was a theological one. They were going to build the new man's first city. The cost was nearly $6 million, paid for by the movement's enormous and ever-growing international coffers. But the money was just the beginning. The real currency was belief. Thousands of sannyasins descended on that dusty ranch. They came from all over the world, a veritable army of the devoted. These were not uneducated laborers. They were architects, engineers, doctors, lawyers, city planners, farmers, ecologists, an entire society's worth of skilled professionals, all dressed in shades of red and orange, all with a picture of their master hanging around their necks. And they all had one singular goal, to build a paradise for their beloved Bhagwan. The vision was breathtaking in its ambition. They called it Rajneeshpuram, the city of Rajneesh. It would be a completely self-sufficient, ecologically harmonious utopia. They planned for a city of 50,000 people. They would have their own farms, growing all their own organic food, their own reservoir and dam to provide water, their own power station, their own airport, their own public transportation system of buses, their own police force, their own schools. They would build thousands of frame townhouses, a massive meditation hall capable of holding 10,000 people, a shopping mall, restaurants, a hotel, a discotheque. They were not just building a commune. They were building a metropolis from scratch, in the middle of nowhere. And the work began. Picture the scene. The Oregon sun is relentless, beating down on the dry earth. The air is thick with dust kicked up by bulldozers and excavators carving roads into the hillsides where none existed before. The sound is a symphony of construction. The roar of engines, the whine of saws, the clang of hammers on steel. And in the middle of it all are the sannyasins, men and women working 12, 14, 16-hour days. Their red clothes are stained with sweat and dirt. They are laying pipes, pouring concrete, framing houses, planting thousands of saplings to reclaim the overgrazed land. And they are smiling. They are laughing. They are singing. To an outsider, it would look like a labor camp. But to them, it was an act of worship. Every nail hammered, every ditch dug was a prayer. It was selfless service. They were not working for a paycheck. They were working for enlightenment. They were building the vessel that would hold their God. The energy was electric, a frantic, joyous, relentless push against the indifference of the desert. They were terraforming the planet and their own souls at the same time. The scale of the achievement in those first couple of years is difficult to overstate. They paved 45 miles of roads. They laid their own water and sewer lines. They built a dam to create a 45-acre reservoir. They planted vast organic vegetable farms and orchards. They trucked in hundreds of modular, frame houses and assembled them into neat, suburban-style neighborhoods. They built a state-of-the-art greenhouse, a dairy, a poultry farm. They created their own bus system, painted in cheerful rainbow colors. Within 2 years, a functioning city stood where there had been only sagebrush and rock. A city with a pizzeria, a boutique, a bookstore, and a casino. They had turned the big muddy ranch into an oasis. It was a miracle of logistics, engineering, and sheer human will. And at the center of it all, a new, larger-than-life compound was built for Bhagwan himself. He had entered a period of public silence, communicating only with Sheila. But his presence was everywhere. His image was on every wall. His Rolls Royces, a collection that was just beginning to grow, were a daily reminder of the prosperity that consciousness could bring. He was the silent king in his castle, and his subjects worked tirelessly to make his kingdom perfect. The sannyasins believed they were creating a model for the entire world, a place that proved a community based on love, meditation, and celebration could not only survive, but thrive. They saw themselves as pioneers, building a new chapter in human history. They had left the old world behind, the world of hypocrisy, of dead religions, of political corruption. Here, in the clean, dry air of the Oregon desert, they were pure, they were free. But the desert was not as empty as they had thought. That tiny town of Antelope, with its 40-some residents, was just a few miles down the road, and they were watching. At first, it was curiosity. Who were these strange people in red who had bought the old ranch? Then, as truck after truck rumbled down their quiet 2-lane road, kicking up dust and noise at all hours, the curiosity turned to concern. When the sannyasins began buying up property in Antelope itself, the concern turned to suspicion. And when the newcomers, with their sheer numbers, started talking about incorporating their ranch into a city, with all the legal power that entailed, suspicion turned to fear. The people of Antelope were not hippies or spiritual seekers. They were ranchers, retirees, and veterans. They valued quiet, independence, and tradition. They went to church on Sundays. They flew the American flag. And now, on their doorstep, a foreign cult had landed, led by an Indian guru with a growing fleet of luxury cars, followed by thousands of people who practiced strange rituals and seemed to have an endless supply of money. It was a clash of civilizations in miniature. The old America versus the new, the traditional versus the experimental. The Sannyasins, for their part, saw the locals as ignorant, prejudiced, and backward. They called them hicks and bigots. They couldn't understand why these people wouldn't celebrate the incredible economic and cultural vibrancy they were bringing to this forgotten county. They were creating jobs, they were improving the land, they were building something beautiful. Why would anyone object? They failed to understand a fundamental truth about rural America. The land isn't just dirt, it's identity, it's history. And they, the Rajneeshis, were perceived as invaders trying to erase that history and replace it with their own. So the battle lines were drawn early, not with weapons, not yet, but with zoning ordinances, legal challenges, and newspaper headlines. The state of Oregon began to take notice. Government agencies started scrutinizing the construction at Rajneeshpuram, questioning whether it violated state land use laws. The dream of a private, isolated utopia was running up against the hard reality of American bureaucracy and the deep-seated fears of its neighbors. This level of devotion, this willingness to build a paradise from dust, is a powerful force. It's the kind of story we explore here, the human element behind history's grand and often dark ambitions. Before we see how this dream began to curdle, if you are finding these stories help you rest, consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It supports the channel and ensures more of these histories can be told. Now, back to the Oregon desert and the first signs that this new Eden had a serpent waiting in the garden. Inside the bubble of Rajneeshpuram, life was, for most, idyllic. The day was structured around work and meditation. You would wake before dawn, attend a silent meditation, then go to your assigned job. You might be a carpenter, a cook, a farmer, a computer programmer. You ate your meals in a vast communal dining hall, the food fresh from your own farms. In the evenings, there were more meditations, celebrations, dancing, music. It was a life of purpose and community, a stark contrast to the alienation many had felt in the outside world. There was a sense of being part of something truly momentous. You weren't just living your life, you were building a new world. And you were doing it with thousands of people who shared your deepest beliefs, who understood your journey. The bonds forged, they were incredibly powerful. You worked together, ate together, meditated together, slept in communal housing together. It was an intense, all-encompassing experience. Ma Anand Sheela was the absolute ruler of this new world. While Bhagwan remained in silence, she was his voice, his sword, and his shield. She was a tiny woman with a sharp tongue and an iron will. She managed the entire, sprawling enterprise with breathtaking efficiency. She ran the daily work meetings, managed the finances, directed the legal strategy, and served as the public face of the movement, appearing in interviews with a confrontational, take-no-prisoners attitude that shocked and fascinated the American media. To the Sannyasins, she was a manifestation of Bhagwan's power, devoted, tireless, and utterly committed to his vision. To the outside world, she was quickly becoming a villain, arrogant, dismissive, and seemingly drunk on her own power. Sheela fostered an us versus the world mentality that was both a powerful unifying force and a dangerous poison. She told the Sannyasins that the opposition from the locals and the government was proof of their righteousness. The world, she said, has always persecuted the enlightened ones. The world killed Socrates. The world killed Jesus. And now the world wanted to destroy them. It was a classic persecution narrative, and it worked. It made the followers feel special, chosen, and it justified any action taken to defend their community. The money, of course, was a constant source of fascination and suspicion for outsiders. Where did it all come from? The official answer was donations. Sannyasins were encouraged, and in many cases required, to give all their worldly possessions to the commune upon joining. People sold their homes, liquidated their businesses, and emptied their life savings, pouring millions into the project. There were also hundreds of Rajneesh meditation centers and businesses around the world, from discos in Germany to therapy clinics in Australia, that funneled their profits back to the central organization. It was a global financial empire, and at its heart was the simple, unshakable belief that giving money to Bhagwan was a path to spiritual growth. It was an investment in consciousness, and if that investment also happened to buy the master another diamond watch or another Rolls-Royce, that was simply a reflection of the abundance that came from living a life without ego or attachment to material things. It was a logic that made perfect sense inside the bubble, and no sense at all outside of it. The fleet of Rolls-Royces became the ultimate symbol of this contradiction. By 1983, there were dozens of them. Every day, Bhagwan would drive one of his cars slowly along the main road of the city. The sannyasins would line the road, an honor guard of the devoted. They would bow, sing, and throw flowers as he passed. For them, it was darshan, a moment of connection with the divine. It was the highlight of their day, a reminder of why they were working so hard. For the media and the rest of the world, watching on the evening news, it was an image of obscene, cult-like excess, a guru in the desert, surrounded by adoring followers, driving a different $100,000 car every day. How could a spiritual master be so obsessed with material wealth? The sannyasins had an answer, of course. They said Bhagwan was enjoying a cosmic joke. He was using the Rolls-Royce, the ultimate symbol of capitalist greed, to mock the world's attachment to money. He was showing them that you could own everything and be attached to nothing. He was, they said, the guru for the rich, not just financially rich, but rich in spirit. But as the legal battles with the state of Oregon intensified, and as the hostility with the local community grew, the atmosphere at Rajneeshpuram began to shift. The joyous, celebratory energy of the early days started to become tinged with something else. Paranoia, defensiveness, a sense of being under siege. Sheila's rhetoric became more and more aggressive. The sannyasins were told that they had to be ready to defend their home, their master, and their way of life, by any means necessary. And so, another city department was born at Rajneeshpuram. Alongside the farmers and the builders and the restaurateurs, a new group emerged. They called themselves the Peace Force. They dressed in military-style uniforms. They were armed with semi-automatic weapons, Uzis, Galils, M16s. They trained daily, practicing marksmanship and tactical maneuvers. The official reason was to protect the community from outside threats, from the hostile locals who were now seen as a genuine danger. But the creation of a private, heavily armed militia in the heart of Oregon sent a shockwave of alarm through the state. This was no longer just a strange religious group. This was something else. something organized, wealthy, and now armed to the teeth. The dream of a peaceful utopia, a city built on love and meditation, was now being guarded by men and women with assault rifles. The transformation was profound. They had come to the desert to escape the conflicts of the world. But they had brought the conflict with them. Or perhaps they had created a new one. They had built their city on a hill, a shining beacon in the middle of nowhere, a testament to what thousands of people, united by a single vision, could achieve. It was, in its own way, a stunning realization of the American dream. To go west, to find a piece of empty land, and to build your own world. But they had forgotten one simple truth about beacons. They don't just give light, they also attract attention. And the attention they were attracting was becoming more and more dangerous. The walls of their paradise were getting higher, and the world outside was watching and waiting. The silence was about to be broken, and the sound that would come next would not be laughter or celebration. It would be the sound of a dream collapsing in on itself. That sound, the sound of a dream collapsing, doesn't always come as a sudden crash. Sometimes it's a low hum that you don't even notice at first. A vibration, a friction between two things that were never meant to touch. In the high desert of Oregon, that sound began not with an explosion, but with a whisper carried on the wind from a dusty, forgotten town. The town was named Antelope. Before the red-robed people came, Antelope was more a memory than a place. A handful of houses, a post office, a general store that had seen better days. The population hovered around 45 souls, mostly retirees, people who had come to the desert for its most abundant resource, silence. They had chosen this life, a life measured in seasons, not minutes. The highlight of a day might be the mail truck arriving, a shared coffee at the store, the predictable arc of the sun across a vast, empty sky. They knew their neighbors. They knew their neighbors' parents. Their lives were written in the land itself, in property lines and fence posts that had stood for generations. And then one day the silence was broken. It began with cars. More cars than Antelope had seen in a year, all driving through, heading for the big muddy ranch. Strange cars driven by people in vibrant shades of orange, red, and maroon. They smiled, they waved, but their eyes held a kind of fervent energy that the people of Antelope found unsettling. It was the look of people who believed they had found the answer to a question the residents of Antelope had never thought to ask. The first point of friction was simple, mundane, even. It was about land. The Rajneeshes, led by the fiercely intelligent and utterly uncompromising Ma and Sheila, saw the 64,000 acres of the ranch as a blank canvas, a place to build their utopia. To them, the local zoning laws, the county regulations, were just static, annoying little rules from a world they had left behind. They needed to build housing for thousands. They needed infrastructure, roads, sewers, power grids. They needed to build a city, and they needed to do it now. So they just started building. You have to understand the mindset of the sannyasins. They were not trying to be bad neighbors. In their minds, they were improving the land. They were bringing life, commerce, and a higher consciousness to a desolate, forgotten corner of the world. Why would anyone object to that? They saw the dusty ranchers and retirees of Antelope as relics. Charming, perhaps, but ultimately irrelevant to the grand experiment they were conducting. But for the people of Antelope, Every new foundation poured on that ranch felt like a violation. The constant drone of construction equipment replaced the sound of the wind. The dust from the convoys of trucks coated everything. The fragile desert ecosystem, the creeks, the wildlife, it was all being reshaped by an outside force they hadn't invited and couldn't control. The first official battle was fought in a place utterly devoid of spiritual enlightenment, the Wasco County Planning Commission. The meetings were held in a stuffy, wood-paneled room. On one side, you had the ranchers in their worn jeans and flannel shirts, their faces etched with worry. They spoke in slow, deliberate sentences about water rights, septic systems, and land use permits. Their concerns were practical, grounded. On the other side sat Sheila and her lieutenants, dressed in flowing robes, looking utterly out of place. They spoke a different language entirely. They talked of creating a new man, a new humanity. They spoke of their master's vision. When a rancher asked about the strain on the local water table, a sannyasin might respond with a serene smile and a quote from Bhagwan. It was a dialogue of the deaf, two cultures speaking past each other, neither willing or able to comprehend the other's worldview. The locals saw arrogance. They saw a cult that believed it was above the law. The sannyasins saw ignorance. They saw small-minded, fearful people standing in the way of progress, in the way of enlightenment. And here's the thing. They were both right, and they were both wrong. The county officials, caught in the middle, tried to enforce the rules. They issued stop work orders. The Rajneeshis ignored them. They filed lawsuits. The Rajneeshis countered with their own army of high-priced lawyers. The commune had millions of dollars at its disposal. The county and the tiny town of Antelope had a bake sale budget. It was an asymmetrical war from the very beginning. The conflict soon moved beyond the ranch and spilled directly into the streets of Antelope. The sannyasins needed supplies. They needed a local base of operations. So they started buying property. First, the tiny general store, then a house, then another. They paid in cash, often well above the asking price. For a town where property rarely changed hands, this was an earthquake. Imagine living in the same house for 50 years. You know every creak in the floorboards. You know the family in every house on your street. Then, one morning, your neighbor of 30 years sells their home to a group of strangers in red robes who turn it into a communal dwelling. The next week, the house across the street sells. The quiet rhythm of your life is being dismantled, one property at a time. The feeling is not just one of annoyance. It's a feeling of erasure, of being colonized in your own home. The new owners of the general store renamed it Zorba, the Buddha. They stopped stocking chewing tobacco and Wonder Bread and started selling tofu and organic vegetables. The old-timers who used to gather there for coffee were no longer welcome. The central hub of their community, their one meeting place, was gone, replaced by something alien. The war for Antelope had begun, and the town's mayor, a retired school teacher named Margaret Hill, found herself the unlikely general of a tiny, besieged army. She was a quiet, respected woman, not a firebrand, but she saw what was happening to her town, to her friends, and she felt she had no choice but to fight back. She organized town meetings. She wrote letters to state officials. She became the voice of Antelope's fear and its defiance. Sheila saw Margaret Hill and the other residents not as concerned citizens, but as bigots, obstacles to be removed. In press interviews, Sheila was brilliant, sharp, and utterly contemptuous. She mocked the locals' simple way of life. She called them fascists and rednecks. Her words were calculated to provoke, to show the world that the sannyasins were the victims of religious persecution, and for many on the outside, looking in, that narrative was easy to believe. A New Age spiritual group being harassed by conservative country folk. It was a familiar story. But on the ground, the reality was much grittier. Sannyasins would drive slowly through Antelope, filming the residents, taking notes. It was a tactic of intimidation. The locals, in turn, started carrying guns more openly. The mutual paranoia was a thick, suffocating fog. Every car that drove by was a potential threat. Every new face was an enemy. The lines had been drawn. The battle for this small patch of Oregon desert was now a war of attrition, fought in courtrooms and council meetings. Before we see how far both sides were willing to go, if you find these deep dives into history help quiet your mind, please consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It is the best way to support the channel and ensure these stories continue to be told. Now back to the high desert and the war for its soul. The Rajneesh strategy was brutally effective. They understood power, and they realized that in America, power is often just a numbers game. They couldn't win the hearts and minds of the locals, so they decided to simply outnumber them. The plan was audacious. They would take over the town of Antelope politically. To do that, they needed to get their own people onto the city council. The problem was, you had to be a resident to vote. So, sannyasins began moving into the properties they had purchased in town. Small houses that once held a single elderly couple now housed 20 or 30 commune members. They registered to vote one by one. The original residents of Antelope watched this happen with a growing sense of horror. They were being systematically replaced. Their democratic power was being rendered meaningless. In the next local election, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The sannyasins voted as a bloc, and their candidates won every open seat on the Antelope City Council. The old guard was out. The red robes were in. One of the first acts of the new city council was to rename the town's public spaces. The park was no longer just the park. It became Marianne Schiller Park. The message was clear. This is our town now. Your history here is over. But this was just a skirmish. The main prize was the ranch itself. The legal battles with Wasco County were a constant drain on time and resources. Sheila and the commune's leadership knew they needed a permanent solution. They needed to be free from the oversight of county commissioners they viewed as hostile and ignorant. They needed their own city, a place where they made the laws, a place where their master's vision could be implemented without interference. And so they decided to incorporate the ranch, to turn their sprawling utopia into an official, legally recognized city in the state of Oregon. The name of this new city would be Rajneeshpuram. The city of the god, Rajneesh. The legal hurdles were immense. To incorporate a city, you need to prove it can provide basic services. A police force, a fire department, water, power, a school. For any other group, this would have been an impossible task in the middle of the desert. But the Rajneeshis had a global network of followers, many of whom were highly skilled professionals. They had architects, engineers, doctors, lawyers, and city planners among their ranks. And they had what seemed like a bottomless well of money. They built a state-of-the-art infrastructure, a water reclamation plant, a massive reservoir, a power station. They established their own public transportation system, a fleet of buses that ran on a regular schedule. They created a fire department and a police force, which they called the Peace Force. Its members wore uniforms and carried sidearms. They even petitioned for their own post office. From the outside, it was a miracle of engineering and organization. In just a couple of years, they had built a fully functional city for thousands of people in a place where most people couldn't even get a garden to grow. This wasn't just an engineering project. It was a national crusade for them. Every building, every road was a testament to their devotion, a middle finger to the hostile world outside their gates. For the people of Oregon, and especially for the residents of Wasco County, the incorporation of Rajneeshpuram was a nightmare realized. It meant that a private religious organization, a group many considered to be a dangerous cult, now had its own government, its own police force, its own laws. It was a sovereign entity, a state within a state, carved out of the Oregon desert. The Oregon Attorney General, a man named Dave Frohnmayer, saw the immense danger this posed. He argued that the incorporation violated the fundamental American principle of the separation of church and state. How can a city be a church if the entire government, from the mayor to the dog catcher, is a devotee of a single religious figure? Is it truly a public government? Or is it a theocracy? The legal battle went all the way to the Oregon Supreme Court. But the Rajneesh's lawyers were brilliant. They argued that denying them the right to incorporate was religious discrimination. They framed it as a civil rights issue, and in the end, they won. Rajneeshpuram was officially born. The victory was intoxicating for the sannyasins. They had faced down the state of Oregon and emerged triumphant. They had their city, their promised land. Bhagwan could live in peace, and his new man could flourish, protected from the outside world by their own laws and their own police. But the victory came at a tremendous price. It solidified the us versus them mentality that was already taking root. The outside world was not just ignorant, it was the enemy. An enemy that had tried to strangle their dream in its cradle. This belief justified a level of paranoia that would soon spiral out of control. The fences around the ranch grew higher. The Peace Force began to look less like a small town police department and more like a private army. They trained with semi-automatic weapons. They patrolled the borders of their new city constantly. They were no longer just building a utopia. They were defending a fortress. And inside that fortress, the dream was beginning to curdle. The initial joy and freedom that had drawn so many to Bhagwan was being replaced by a sense of siege, of constant threat. The laughter that once filled the air during evening meditations was now tinged with anxiety. The enemy was at the gates, and Mawan Sheila, the one charged with protecting the dream, began to believe that any measure was justified to ensure its survival. The conflict with the handful of retirees in Antelope had been a test, a proving ground. It had taught Sheila and her followers that the world would not simply step aside and let them build their paradise. It had taught them that to get what they wanted, they would have to take it. By legal means, if possible, but by other means, if necessary. The incorporation of Rajneeshpuram wasn't the end of the conflict. It was just the end of the first chapter. It was a victory that planted the seeds of a much greater and much darker confrontation. The sound of the dream collapsing was getting louder. It was no longer a whisper. It was the sound of gates closing, of rifles being oiled, of a community turning inward and convincing itself that the whole world was its enemy. The quiet desert was now home to two cities. One, a ghost of its former self, a town of 40 people whose name had been stolen. The other, a bustling, armed metropolis of thousands, convinced of its own righteousness and preparing for war. They were separated by only a few miles of sagebrush and rock, but they might as well have been on different planets. And the space between them was shrinking with every passing day. The friction was about to create a spark, and that spark was not one of enlightenment. It was the scrape of flint against steel in a room filled with gas. A moment of terrible potential, just waiting for the right conditions to erupt. The first condition arrived with a whisper, then a profound and total quiet. In the spring of 1981, Osho, the man whose voice had drawn tens of thousands, the man whose every word was recorded, transcribed, and treated as scripture, stopped speaking. He announced he was entering a new phase of his work, a phase of silence. Imagine the effect. It would be like the sun deciding, one morning, not to rise. The central, organizing principle of your entire universe has just gone dark. The sannyasins were told this was a blessing, a spiritual test. His energy would now be communicated on a deeper, more profound level, heart to heart. No longer would they be distracted by the simple vibration of words in the air, but a vacuum was created. A vast, silent space at the very center of a churning vortex of human activity. And power, like nature, abhors a vacuum. Into that silence stepped Maranand Sheila, and she was anything but silent. While Osho became a ghost, a symbol seen only during his daily drive-bys, a silent king in a glass box, Sheila became the voice, the fist, the absolute, unquestioned ruler of the kingdom. The transition was seamless, because she had been preparing for it all along. She was the one who controlled access. She was the one who managed the money. Now, she was also the sole interpreter of the silence. Anything she said, any order she gave, was now framed as the will of the master. Who could argue? Who could question it? He wasn't talking. To challenge Sheila was to challenge Osho himself. To doubt her was to doubt the divine plan. It was a perfect consolidation of power, handed to her on a silver platter of spiritual quiet. Her leadership style was not one of gentle guidance. It was a corporate takeover executed with the zeal of a revolutionary. She was sharp, intelligent, and utterly ruthless. You can picture her, can't you? Small in stature, but radiating an energy that made her seem 10 feet tall. Her eyes, quick and appraising, missing nothing. Her voice, a constant, confident staccato that cut through any dissent. She didn't walk, she marched, always on a mission, always moving to the next problem to solve, the next person to put in their place. Under her, Rajneeshpuram transformed. The last vestiges of a gentle spiritual retreat were sandblasted away. This was now a full-blown enterprise, a city-building project on a messianic scale, and Sheila was its CEO, its foreman, and its chief enforcer. The days of long, flowing meditations and unstructured bliss were over. Work schedules became brutal. 12, 14, 16-hour days were not just common, they were expected. It was framed as worship through work. Every road paved, every building erected, was an offering to the silent master. But it was also a way to keep thousands of people too exhausted to think, too busy to question. Fatigue is a powerful tool of control. When you are bone tired, when your hands are raw and your back aches, you don't have the energy for doubt. You just want to eat, sleep, and do it all over again. Your world shrinks to the task at hand, and the one voice you hear directing the tasks becomes the only voice that matters. Sheila's voice. She developed an inner circle, a loyal coddle of female administrators often referred to as the moms. They were her lieutenants, her eyes and ears across the sprawling ranch. They ran the various departments, from the kitchens to the construction crews to the security force. And their loyalty was to her, first and foremost. She promoted those who showed absolute obedience and ruthlessly demoted or humiliated those who didn't. Public shaming became a common management tool. If someone made a mistake, they wouldn't be corrected in private. They would be called out in a group meeting, their failure dissected, their ego dismantled in front of their peers. It was brutal and effective. It created a pervasive atmosphere of anxiety, a constant, low-grade fear of stepping out of line. Everyone was watching everyone else. A casual complaint could be reported. A moment of doubt could be seen as a betrayal. And at the center of this web, Sheila sat, pulling the string. She knew everything. She seemed to be everywhere at once. Her word was law. This internal kingdom, however, was only half of her focus. The other half was turned outward, toward the world that was beginning to watch them with increasing suspicion. Specifically, the small, conservative town of Antelope, Oregon, and the wider state government. The locals saw a cult. They saw strange people in strange clothes taking over their quiet corner of the world. They saw their town being bought up, their political power being eroded, and they were afraid. The media saw a story, a bizarre, compelling, and deeply controversial story, and Sheila saw an opportunity. She didn't shy away from the cameras. She ran towards them. She understood, perhaps better than anyone, that the media was not just a threat, but a tool. She could use it to shape the narrative, to build her own legend, and to solidify the us versus them mentality that was so crucial for keeping her people in line. Her television interviews from this period are astonishing to watch. She is not the calm, beatific spiritual secretary you might expect. She is a brawler, a street fighter in a silk robe. Imagine a news anchor, a man used to controlling the conversation, sitting opposite this small woman. He asks a pointed question about the fleet of Rolls-Royces or the rumors of free love. He expects a defensive, carefully worded answer. Instead, he gets a firestorm. Sheila leans into the microphone, her eyes flashing. She doesn't just answer the question, she attacks the questioner. She calls them ignorant, prejudiced, sexually repressed. She uses language that would make a sailor blush right there on prime-time television. She swears, she sneers, she condescends. When a politician called them a cancer, she shot back that the world needed a good cancer. When reporters questioned Osho's wealth, she'd look straight into the camera and say he deserved every car, every diamond watch. And if you had a problem with it, that was your problem. Your jealousy. To the outside world, she looked unhinged, a fanatic. But to the Sannyasins, watching back at the ranch, she was a hero. She was their warrior queen, defending their beloved master against a hostile, ignorant world. Every insult she hurled was a victory for them. Every profanity was a shield. She was saying the things they all felt, but were too enlightened to say. She was taking all the world's hatred and spitting it right back in their faces. It was a masterful performance. She created a siege mentality. The more the world hated them, the closer they grew to each other. The more the media attacked Sheila, the more fiercely her followers defended her. She wasn't just Osho's secretary anymore. She was the embodiment of their collective defiance. This created a strange and powerful duality at the heart of the commune. On one hand, you had the image of Osho, serene, silent, godlike. His face was on lockets worn around every neck. His portrait hung in every room. He was the object of pure, unconditional love. On the other hand, you had Sheila, the one you actually had to deal with, the one you had to please, the one you feared. Love for the silent God and fear of his very, very loud prophet. It was a potent psychological cocktail. It kept everyone off balance, striving to be worthy of the silent master by proving their loyalty to his terrifying regent. Sheila controlled the narrative completely. Osho was kept in seclusion, in a private, guarded compound. The sannyasins were told he needed absolute quiet for his profound spiritual work. He was not to be disturbed. The reality was, he was isolated. The information he received about the outside world, and even about the state of his own commune, was filtered entirely through Sheila and her inner circle. Did he know what she was doing? Did he approve? It's the central question of this entire saga. At the time, for the people living there, the question was irrelevant. Sheila spoke for Osho. Her will was his will. The two were inseparable. She had become the head, and he remained the heart. But the head was now making decisions the heart may never have intended. Life on the ranch was a paradox. There was immense creativity. The sannyasins, many of them highly skilled and educated people, built a fully functioning city from scratch in the middle of nowhere. They constructed dams, irrigation systems, housing, and an industrial-scale agricultural operation. It was a marvel of collective effort. There was a sense of purpose, of being part of something historic, something that was changing the world. But layered over that was Sheila's autocracy. Her paranoia grew. She created an internal police force, the Peace Force, who patrolled the ranch armed with semi-automatic weapons. Security checkpoints appeared. Surveillance increased. The commune began to feel less like a utopian experiment and more like a beautifully landscaped prison camp. The friction with the outside world was escalating daily. Legal battles, zoning disputes, harassment claims. The state of Oregon was not taking this invasion lying down, and every external pressure only served to justify Sheila's tightening grip. You see, she would tell the sannyasins, the world wants to destroy us. We have to be strong. We have to be vigilant. It was a spectacle of defiance, broadcast into living rooms across America. A performance designed to shock and enthrall. And it's in these moments of intense history that we often find a strange sort of focus. Before we follow Sheila's iron grip, as it tightens even further, if you find these stories help you find that focus, that quiet, consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It allows me to continue building this library of forgotten nights. Now back to the high desert, where the Queen was just getting started. Her public persona was a caricature of aggression, but her internal management was one of meticulous, obsessive control. She had to approve everything. The menus in the cafeteria, the color of the paint on a new building, the assignment of work roles. Nothing was too small for her attention, because control is about the small things. Absolute control is about controlling everything. She would hold court in her office, a long line of department heads waiting outside for their turn to report, to ask for permission, to receive their orders. These were not collaborative meetings. They were briefings. You told her the status. She told you what to do next. Questions were tolerated. Disagreement was not. Think about the psychology of the people who stayed, who thrived in this environment. Many had come from the chaos of the 70s, looking for structure, for meaning. They had given up their former lives, their careers, their families. They had invested everything in this dream. To admit that the dream was becoming a nightmare that was unthinkable. The cost was too high, so you rationalize. You tell yourself this is a test. Osho is testing our devotion through Sheila. Her harshness is a form of crazy wisdom designed to break down our egos. Every insult, every impossible demand is a spiritual gift. You learn to see her tyranny as a form of love. It's a classic cult dynamic, and Sheila played it like a virtuoso. She became a celebrity in her own right. She was on Nightline, 60 Minutes. She was a household name, infamous for her sharp tongue and her defiant defense of her guru. She seemed to relish the conflict, to draw energy from it, while Osho floated above it all in a silent, Rolls-Royce-induced bliss. Sheila was in the trenches, fighting the war, and the war was escalating. The town of Antelope became the first major battleground. The sannyasins, using their numbers and their money, simply took it over. They bought property. They registered to vote. Soon, they had a majority on the town council. They elected a sannyasin mayor, and then, in a move of supreme arrogance, they voted to change the name of the town. Antelope, Oregon, a dusty little town that had existed for 100 years, was officially renamed Rajneesh, Oregon. To the sannyasins, it was a logical step. To the handful of original residents who remained, and to the rest of Oregon, it was a declaration of war, a hostile takeover. It proved everything the critics had been saying. These people did not want to coexist. They wanted to conquer. Sheila, of course, was unrepentant. In press conferences, she mocked the hicks and bigots who opposed them. She framed it as a victory for religious freedom against small-minded prejudice. But the mask was slipping. Her fight was no longer just defensive. It was becoming offensive, aggressive. Inside the ranch, the paranoia deepened. Rumors began to circulate of enemies within, government spies, traitors. The trust that had once bound the community together began to corrode, replaced by suspicion. Sheila's security apparatus grew more powerful, more intrusive. Wiretaps were secretly installed. Private letters were opened. The circle of trust grew smaller and smaller until it seemed to include only Sheila and her most loyal lieutenants. All of this happened in the shadow of the silent king. Osho would emerge once a day in the afternoon. The sannyasins would line the main road through the city, which they called the drive-by route. They would stand in silence, hands in the prayer position, as he slowly cruised past in one of his Rolls-Royces. He would glide by, a beatific smile on his face, occasionally offering a small wave. For the followers, this was the highlight of their day, a moment of connection with the divine, a validation of their hard work and sacrifice. They were seeing God. But what did he see? Did he see the exhaustion in their faces? Did he see the fear behind their adoring smiles? Or did he just see what Sheila wanted him to see, a thriving, happy, successful city built in his honor, a testament to his greatness? The silent king in his glass chariot, and the queen on her iron throne. It was a perfectly balanced system of power. He provided the spiritual legitimacy, the divine mandate. She provided the will, the ambition, and the ruthlessness to execute it. One could not exist without the other. His silence empowered her completely. It gave her a blank check. She could claim any action, no matter how extreme, was done on his behalf, with his blessing. And for a time it worked. The city grew. The businesses prospered. They seemed unstoppable. But Sheila was making enemies, not just with the locals in Oregon, but with powerful people in government. State and federal agencies were now watching them closely. Investigations were being launched. The wall she had built around her desert kingdom was high, but it was not impenetrable, and inside that wall, the pressure was continuing to build. The 16-hour workdays, the public humiliations, the constant surveillance, the atmosphere of fear and suspicion, it was taking a psychological toll. Cracks were beginning to appear in the facade of utopian bliss. Sheila's reign was absolute. She was at the height of her power, a media icon and an undisputed dictator. She held the lives of thousands in her hands. She was the voice of God. But the words she was speaking were becoming darker, more desperate, more dangerous. The kingdom she had built in the desert was founded on the silence of one man. But it was her own voice, loud and angry and full of hubris, that would eventually become the architect of its spectacular downfall. The silent king sat in his palace, but the queen was leading them all, step by step, into a much darker chapter of their story, a chapter of poison, of conspiracy, and of fear made real. The silence was about to be broken by the sound of sirens, but the sirens were not the first sound to shatter the quiet. Before them, another sound began to echo through the canyons of the ranch, a sound that was sharper, more disciplined. It was the sound of boots on gravel, marching in unison. It was the clean, metallic snap of a rifle's safety being disengaged. It was the low hum of patrol vehicles making their rounds, their searchlights cutting through the Oregon twilight, the soft, meditative hum of the sannyasins, the sound of a community at peace with itself, was being replaced by a new soundtrack, the soundtrack of a fortress. Fear, once it takes root, needs a physical form. It needs walls. It needs weapons. And in Rajneeshpuram, the fear that had been so carefully planted and nurtured by Maran and Sheila was beginning to bear its strange and terrible fruit. The perceived threats from the outside world, the real hostility of their neighbors, the memory of the bombed hotel in Portland, all of it was spun into a narrative of imminent annihilation. A story where they, the chosen people, were on the verge of being wiped out by a hateful world that could not understand their enlightenment. And if the world was coming for them, they would be ready. It began, as these things often do, with a name that sounded perfectly reasonable: the Rajneeshpuram Peace Force. The name itself was a masterpiece of internal propaganda. Not a militia, not a security team, a peace force. The name suggested tranquility, defense, the gentle safeguarding of a sacred space. But the reality was something else entirely. It was the creation of one of the largest, most heavily armed private police forces in American history. Sheila's logic was simple and seductive. The local and state police could not be trusted. They were part of the system, part of the world that hated them. They had investigated the hotel bombing, yes, but to the sannyasins, it felt like they were the ones being treated as the criminals. The authorities were slow, biased, and ultimately on the other side. If they wanted true security, if they wanted to protect their beloved Bhagwan, they would have to do it themselves. So they did. They applied to the Oregon Board on police standards and training. They wanted their own state-certified police department. And you have to understand the audacity of this. A brand new, self-contained city, populated by followers of an Indian guru, was demanding the legal right to police itself, with officers who answered not to the state, but to the commune's leadership, to Sheila, and, almost unbelievably, they got it. In 1982, the first group of sannyasins was sent to the official Oregon Police Academy in Monmouth. Imagine the scene. Devotees in their sunset-colored clothes, with their malas and their serene smiles, learning alongside traditional, clean-cut Oregon police recruits. They learned firearms proficiency. They learned pursuit driving. They learned arrest procedures and constitutional law. They learned how to use force legally and effectively. They were excellent students, disciplined, intelligent, and utterly committed. They graduated at the top of their classes. They returned to the ranch not just as devotees, but as certified peace officers of the state of Oregon. They had badges. They had uniforms, a deep maroon to match their spiritual colors. They had patrol cars, painted to match. And they had the authority to stop you, to question you, to detain you, to arrest you within the city limits of Rajneeshpuram. The force grew, and it grew quickly. Soon there were dozens of officers, then over 100. They patrolled the 64,000 acres of the ranch day and night. They manned checkpoints on the public county road that ran through the property, a point of bitter contention with the locals. To enter the city, you had to pass through a gate. You were watched. Your presence was noted. This wasn't a welcoming spiritual community anymore. It was a secure compound. But a police force needs more than just trained officers. It needs tools. And this is where the story takes its sharpest turn into the shadows. This is where the peace force became an arsenal. The shopping list was extensive. It began with standard police sidearms, Smith & Wesson revolvers, semi-automatic pistols, shotguns for the patrol cars, all perfectly normal for a small-town police department. But the shopping didn't stop there. It escalated. Dramatically, Sheila and her inner circle decided they needed more. They needed to match the firepower of a hostile world. They needed weapons of war. So they began to buy them, legally, through licensed dealers. They bought dozens of Ruger Mini 14s, a lightweight, reliable semi-automatic rifle, a civilian version of a military weapon. Then they acquired Colt AR-15s, the iconic black rifle, and then they went further. They purchased Israeli-made Galil assault rifles. They bought Uzi submachine guns. These were not hunting rifles. These were not weapons for simple policing. These were instruments designed for one purpose, to fight a small war. They were compact, rapid-firing, and lethal. The kind of weapons you see in the hands of special forces, not small-town cops in rural Oregon. The sheer volume was staggering. By the time it was all over, Investigators would find nearly 400 firearms, semi-automatic rifles, pistols, shotguns, and submachine guns, and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition, enough to equip a small army, enough to hold off a siege, or so they believed. This collection of steel and gunpowder was stored in a reinforced concrete bunker, an armory built into the rock of the canyon. It was climate-controlled, secure, a vault for their paranoia. The weapons were meticulously cleaned and maintained by sannyasins assigned to the task. For them, cleaning a rifle was an act of devotion, no different than tending the organic vegetable gardens or meditating by the river. It was all in service to Bhagwan, all to protect the dream. The peace force trained constantly. They set up a firing range on the ranch, the crackle of gunfire echoing through the same hills where silent meditations once took place. They practiced tactical formations, room-clearing exercises, and VIP protection drills. The target of these drills was always the same, protecting Bhagwan. His residence, Lao Tzu House, became the most heavily fortified building on the ranch. It was surrounded by armed guards, 24 hours a day. No one got close without being vetted, watched, and escorted. The paranoia was a feedback loop. The more weapons they bought, the more the outside world saw them as a dangerous cult. The more the outside world reacted with fear and hostility, the more the sannyasins felt their paranoia was justified. It proved their narrative. You see, Sheila would say, they hate us. They want to destroy us. We need to be strong. Every news report critical of the commune, every lawsuit filed by the state, every angry letter to the editor in the local paper was seen as a precursor to an attack. They began to speak of a final solution that the government had planned for them. They genuinely believed that federal agents, the National Guard, were going to storm the ranch, just like at Waco years later. They were preparing for a last stand. Think about the psychology of the individual sannyasin in the peace force. A few years ago, you might have been a therapist in California, a graphic designer from Germany, an accountant from Australia. You came here seeking enlightenment, freedom from the ego, a life of love and meditation. Now, you are standing on a guard tower in the cold Oregon night, and Uzi slung over your shoulder, your eyes scanning the dark horizon for enemies. You are no longer just a disciple. You are a soldier, a holy warrior. The love and light of the early days has been curdled by fear into something hard and defensive. You are protecting more than just a man or a piece of land. You are protecting the future of human consciousness. You are the guardian of a fragile new world. And with that kind of belief, what wouldn't you be willing to do? The surveillance network grew along with the arsenal. The commune's sophisticated telephone system was tapped. Listening devices were planted in public areas and even in private residences. Sheila wanted to know everything. She needed to control the flow of information, to root out dissent before it could begin. The enemy wasn't just outside the gates. It could be inside, too. Anyone who questioned the growing militarization, anyone who longed for the simpler, more peaceful days in Pune, was now a potential threat, a weak link. The sannyasins, who weren't part of the peace force, learned to live with the new reality. They saw the armed patrols, they heard the gunfire from the range. For many, it was a source of comfort. It meant they were safe. It meant Sheila was taking care of them. They trusted her. They had surrendered their will to Bhagwan, and Sheila was his chosen instrument. If she said they needed guns to protect the dream, then they needed guns. Their faith was absolute. But for a few, a quiet unease began to settle in. This didn't feel like enlightenment. This didn't feel like freedom. The joy was being replaced by a grim determination. The spontaneity was being replaced by rigid security protocols. You had to show your ID to get into the dining hall. Your movements were tracked. The place that was supposed to be the ultimate liberation from the rules of the outside world was becoming a prison of its own making, albeit a prison with beautiful landscaping and a charismatic leader. The outside world, of course, was watching with a mixture of terror and disbelief. The stories coming out of the ranch were growing darker. Rumors of the arsenal spread through the nearby towns. People who had once been merely suspicious were now genuinely afraid. What was this cult planning to do with all those guns? Were they going to start a war? The image of the sex cult was being rapidly replaced by the image of a doomsday cult, a heavily armed, paranoid, and isolated group with an almost infinite supply of money and a fanatical devotion to its leader. It was a recipe for disaster. Everyone could feel it. The tension in Wasco County was so thick you could taste it. It was the metallic taste of fear. And it's here, in this fortified camp, that you must pause and ask the question, how did it happen? How does a spiritual movement centered on love, meditation, and breaking down inhibitions transform into a paranoid, armed fortress? It doesn't happen overnight. It happens one small, logical step at a time. It starts with a feeling of being misunderstood. That feeling hardens into a sense of persecution. Persecution justifies self-defense. Self-defense requires organization. Organization requires a leader. And when that leader's primary tool is fear, the path leads directly here, to a bunker full of rifles, to disciples trained to kill, to a utopia that has armored itself against the world so completely that it has lost the very essence of what it was trying to create. The dream of a new man, of a new humanity, was now being protected by the oldest tools of the old world: guns, walls, and fear. The irony was lost on them. They were so deep inside the story they were telling themselves that they couldn't see the contradiction. They believed they were the peace force. They believed they were the good guys, the enlightened ones, holding the line against a world of darkness. And Sheila was at the center of it all, the spider in the web. The arsenal was her power. The peace force was her private army. It answered to her, and her alone. Bhagwan was in silence, a silent god in his guarded temple. Sheila was his voice, his sword, and his shield. She controlled the narrative, she controlled the fear, and she controlled the guns. It was a dangerous combination. The commune was now a powder keg. It had the weapons. It had the motive, a deep-seated paranoia. It had the personnel, a legion of true believers willing to do anything they were asked. All it needed was a spark. All it needed was a reason to finally use the terrible power it had so carefully, so diligently amassed. The weapons were not just for show. They were not a deterrent. In the minds of the leadership, they were a necessity that would, sooner or later, be used. The checkpoints, the patrols, the constant training, it was all a rehearsal for a war they felt was not just possible, but inevitable. The peace of Rajneeshpuram was now the peace of a military camp, a tense, watchful quiet waiting for the first shot to be fired. The silence was broken, and the air was now filled with the hum of readiness. A readiness for a conflict that was brewing not just with the outside world, but deep within the heart of the commune itself. The guns were loaded, and the story was about to get much, much louder. And so the guns were polished. The rifles were sighted in. The Peace Force, as they called it, drilled under the hot Oregon sun, a sea of red against the dusty brown landscape. This was the loud part of the war, the visible part, the part that made for shocking news reports and terrified neighbors. It was a declaration, written in steel and gunpowder, that the Rajneeshis would not be moved. But the loudest threats, the ones that truly change history, are often the most silent. While the world watched the semi-automatic rifles and the headlines about a cult arming for war, another kind of weapon was being prepared. It was being cultivated in a quiet, sterile room, hidden away from prying eyes. This weapon was invisible. It was alive. And it would be used not to defend the ranch, but to attack the very heart of the community that opposed them. The story of the guns was a distraction. The real story, the one that would cement the commune's place in the darkest corners of American history, was just beginning. It was a story that unfolded not on a battlefield, but in a salad bar. To understand how it came to this, you have to understand the pressure cooker that was Rajneeshpuram in 1984. Sheila and her inner circle felt besieged. Every move they made was met with legal challenges from the state and from local residents. Their dream of a sprawling desert utopia was being slowly strangled by zoning laws, permit denials, and court injunctions. They had the money, they had the followers, they had the will. But they lacked the one thing they couldn't buy or build: local political power. Specifically, they needed to control the Wasco County Court. It was a small, two-member commission, but it held the keys to the kingdom. It had the power to approve or deny the land use permits that would allow the city of Rajneeshpuram to expand and become permanent. For years, they had been losing this fight. The locals, organized and determined, consistently voted against anyone sympathetic to the Rajneeshis. The ballot box was a weapon the commune's millions of dollars couldn't seem to defeat. So, a new strategy was born, a strategy of breathtaking audacity and chilling logic. If you can't win an election by getting more of your people to vote, you win it by stopping the other side from voting at all. The plan wasn't to persuade or to campaign. It was to incapacitate, to make the voting population of the small, conservative town of the Dalles, the county seat, so violently ill on election day that they would be physically unable to leave their homes and cast their ballots. It was a cold and simple calculation. Make enough people sick, and the sannyasins, bussed in and registered to vote, would easily swing the election. They would install their own candidates on the county court, and the legal walls surrounding them would finally crumble. The plan had a name, a simple, almost corporate-sounding name: the Share a Home program. The idea was to bring thousands of homeless people to the ranch, register them to vote, and overwhelm the local electorate. But that plan was messy, and it was being challenged in court. They needed a backup, a guarantee. This is where the story turns from a strange social experiment into something far more sinister. This is where Ma Anand Puja enters the scene. Her name was Diane Yvonne Onang, a trusted nurse from the Philippines who ran the ranch's medical corporation. She was fiercely loyal to Sheila, and she had access to the tools of modern medicine. Under Sheila's direction, Pooja and her team began to build a secret clinical laboratory within the commune. It was a state-of-the-art facility, equipped with incubators, microscopes, and all the necessary gear for cultivating microorganisms. And what were they cultivating? They needed a pathogen, something that would cause severe illness, but was unlikely to kill, something that could be easily grown and easily spread. They chose Salmonella enterica typhimurium, the bacteria responsible for salmonellosis, a nasty form of food poisoning. It was perfect. It would cause fever, vomiting, diarrhea, misery. It would put people in bed for days, but with a very low fatality rate. It was a biological tool for political gain. And get this, acquiring the foundation for America's first and largest bioterrorist attack was shockingly easy. Pooja simply ordered a vial of the bacteria from a medical supply company in Seattle. It arrived in the mail, a tiny, freeze-dried sample of a weapon that would sicken an entire town, delivered by the US Postal Service. There were no alarm bells, no red flags. It was just a routine order for a licensed medical lab. Inside their secret facility, they began to brew it. They grew vast quantities of the salmonella in their incubators, creating a potent, living slurry of disease. They referred to it simply as salsa, a sickeningly casual nickname for a weapon of mass contamination. The plan was no longer a theoretical exercise. It was a reality, growing in Petri dishes under the warm glow of an incubator lamp. But before unleashing it on an entire town, they needed to test it. They needed to be sure it would work. And they needed to practice. Their first guinea pigs were two Wasco County commissioners who were scheduled to visit the ranch. During their tour, they were offered a glass of water, a simple gesture of hospitality, but that water had been secretly laced with the salmonella bacteria. Both men fell violently ill after their visit. One was hospitalized. At the time, everyone assumed it was a stomach flu, a coincidence. No one could imagine the truth. The test was a success. The salsa worked. Emboldened, they decided to scale up. Their next target was the entire water system of the Dalles. One night, a team of sannyasins drove to the city's main water reservoir. They poured a vial of the salmonella culture directly into the town's water supply. But this test failed. The sheer volume of water in the reservoir, combined with the chlorination process, diluted the bacteria to the point of being harmless. It was a miscalculation. They had underestimated the resilience of modern civic infrastructure. They needed a more direct delivery method, something more targeted, something that would bypass the water treatment plants and deliver the pathogen straight to the unsuspecting population. They turned their attention to the places where people gathered, the places people ate, restaurants, supermarkets, specifically their salad bars. You've seen them, those long refrigerated islands of green lettuce, shredded carrots, cucumbers, and a dozen different dressings. They are a symbol of a casual, healthy lunch, a place of trust. You assume the food is fresh, clean, safe. That trust was precisely what they planned to exploit. A salad bar was the perfect vector. The food was cold, allowing the bacteria to thrive. And it was self-serve, making widespread contamination easy and anonymous. And so, in September of 1984, just weeks before the crucial November election, the operation began. Small teams of sannyasins, dressed in ordinary street clothes to blend in, fanned out across the dalles. They carried the salsa in small, hidden plastic bags or vials. Their mission was simple: to visit the salad bars of 10 different local restaurants and contaminate them. Imagine the scene. It's lunchtime in a small Oregon town. A local diner, maybe a Pizza Hut, a Shakey's. Families are eating. Workers are on their break. The atmosphere is completely normal, mundane. A woman in a simple red dress walks up to the salad bar. She looks like any other customer. She picks up a plate. But then, with a slight, practiced movement, she produces a small vial. She drizzles its contents over the blue cheese dressing. Or maybe she mixes it into the tub of macaroni salad. A quick, subtle motion. No one notices a thing. She puts the vial away, perhaps grabs a few pieces of lettuce to look normal, and then walks out. This scene was repeated again and again, all over town. At the Casa El Polo, the town and country restaurant, the Circle C Saloon, 10 different establishments. They targeted the salad dressings, the potato salad, the 3-bean salad, anything that could conceal the light brown liquid they were spreading. They were poisoning their neighbors. Men, women, children, indiscriminately. They were turning a simple meal into a biological weapon. The town was a landscape of quiet suffering, a mystery that baffled experts. The sick were everywhere, but the cause was nowhere to be found. Before we follow the trail of the investigators and uncover how this terrible secret was finally brought to light, if you are finding these stories help you rest, consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It is the single best way to support the channel and ensure more of these histories can be told. Now, back to the silent panic gripping a small Oregon town. Within days, the wave of sickness began. It started as a trickle, a few people calling in sick to work, a handful of patients showing up at the local clinic with severe stomach cramps. But then the trickle became a flood. The Mid-Columbia Medical Center was overwhelmed. People were pouring into the emergency room with the same terrifying symptoms: high fever, violent nausea, debilitating diarrhea, chills. The hospital staff worked frantically, but they were swamped. They had to call in extra doctors and nurses from Portland. The official count was 751 people poisoned, but the true number was likely much higher. As many people probably just stayed home, assuming they had a bad case of the flu. The youngest victim was a newborn baby who contracted the illness from his mother. The oldest was in their 80s. Dozens were hospitalized, some in critical condition. Miraculously, no one died, a fact that speaks more to the resilience of the human body and the quality of the emergency medical care than to any restraint on the part of the attackers. The town was gripped by a quiet panic. What was causing this? Local health officials were stumped. At first, they assumed it was a naturally occurring outbreak of food poisoning, perhaps from a bad batch of produce delivered to the area. It was a logical conclusion, but the sheer scale of it was unprecedented. How could so many different restaurants, all at the same time, have the same contamination? It made no sense. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, was called in to investigate. Their top epidemiologists descended on the Dalles. They took samples. They interviewed victims. They traced everything the sick had eaten, and a pattern quickly emerged. The one common link between nearly all the victims was that they had eaten at one of 10 specific salad bars in town. The Rajneeshis were immediately suspects. The timing, just before the election, was too perfect to be a coincidence. The long-standing animosity between the commune and the town was public knowledge. The local sheriff, the FBI, they all looked hard at the ranch. They questioned sannyasins, but there was no proof. It was just a suspicion, a conspiracy theory. The sannyasins, led by Sheila, vehemently denied any involvement. They even offered to help the investigation, a masterstroke of public relations that deflected suspicion. Sheila went on television and blamed the bigotry of the local officials, suggesting they were just trying to use the outbreak as another excuse to harass the commune. And for a time, the lie worked. The investigation stalled. There was no physical evidence linking the ranch to the poisonings. No whistleblower came forward. The CDC eventually concluded that the outbreak was most likely caused by contamination from an infected food handler, an unfortunate, but not uncommon, occurrence. They couldn't prove otherwise. The election came and went. The plan to suppress the vote failed. So many sannyasins had their voter registrations challenged in court that it didn't matter. The local candidates won their seats. The bioterror attack, in the end, had been for nothing. The town of the Dalles slowly recovered. The restaurants cleaned their facilities and reopened. People got better. Life returned to a semblance of normal, but a shadow of fear and suspicion remained. The mystery of the mass poisoning went unsolved. The truth remained buried, hidden behind the walls of the ranch, a secret known only to a handful of people in Sheila's inner circle. They had committed the first, and still the largest, bioterrorist attack in the history of the United States, and they had gotten away with it. But secrets this dark have a way of poisoning from within. The perfect unity of the commune, the absolute devotion to Osho and his chosen leader Sheila, was beginning to fracture. The salmonella attack was not an isolated incident of madness. It was a symptom of a much deeper rot that had taken hold at the heart of the utopia. Sheila's paranoia and her hunger for control were growing unchecked, and she was now willing to use any means necessary to maintain that control, not just against the outside world, but against her own people. The invisible war was about to turn inward. The poison had already been administered, not the salmonella in the salad bars, but a different kind, a poison of the mind. It had been seeping into the red soil of Rogneshpuram for months, a slow-acting neurotoxin of suspicion and fear. The war against the outside world had been loud, a public spectacle of lawsuits and political maneuvering. But this new war, the one turning inward, was silent. It was a war fought in whispers, in sideways glances, in the sudden, chilling realization that the person meditating next to you might be reporting your private doubts to Sheila's inner circle. You could feel it in the air, the joy that had once been the city's lifeblood, that electric, almost frantic bliss, had curdled. It was still performed, of course. The dancing, the laughter, the celebration of the master's daily drive-by. But now it felt brittle, a mask worn over a face tight with anxiety. The surveillance was no longer just a tool against outsiders. The hidden microphones, once a source of rebellious pride, a sign of their cleverness against the enemy, now felt like they were turned inward. They were in the therapy rooms, the private quarters, the places where vulnerability was supposed to be the key to enlightenment. Who could you trust when enlightenment itself was being weaponized? Sheila was the source of this poison, and she was also its first victim. She had built this empire from nothing, a testament to her ferocious will. She had been the Bagwan's shield, his sword, his voice. She had fought the government, the locals, the media, and she had won, or so it seemed. But in the process, the power she wielded had become its own drug, more potent than any truth, more real than any master. She had created a fortress, and now she was a prisoner inside it. The pressure was immense. The federal investigations were closing in. The bioterror attack in the Dalles had drawn a kind of attention you couldn't deflect with a clever press conference. The walls were tightening. But the real threat, the one that finally broke her, came from within. It came from the one man she had done all this for. Osho was beginning to stir. After years of public silence, he had started speaking again, but only to a select few in the private darshans held in his residence, and the things he was saying were dangerous. He was talking about moving beyond the structure of the religion he himself had created. He was dismantling the very framework Sheila used to maintain control. He spoke of dissolving the church, of dropping the ism from Rajneeshism. To the followers, this was a new, exciting phase of evolution. To Sheila, it was a declaration of war. He was taking away her power, piece by piece, tweet by tweet of a holy bird. She saw him pulling away, becoming his own man again, and she knew what that meant. When the hammer of the law finally fell, she would be the one left holding the bag. He was the god, he would remain untouched. She was just the prime minister, the disposable functionary. She had tasted absolute power, and the thought of becoming a scapegoat was unbearable. The paranoia that she had cultivated in the commune now consumed her. She saw plots everywhere. She saw rivals in her own lieutenants. She saw betrayal in the eyes of the master himself. The decision, when it came, was not a grand, strategic retreat. It was a desperate, panicked flight. It happened on the night of September 13th, 1985, a date that would be burned into the memory of every sannyasin. There was no announcement, no farewell, just a hurried, secret packing in the dead of night. Sheila, along with about 20 of her most loyal followers, the heads of the various corporations and security forces, gathered their things. Imagine the scene. The desert air is cool and thin. The rest of the city, 5,000 souls, is asleep, dreaming of enlightenment, trusting that their leaders are watching over them. But in a few select houses, the lights are on. Suitcases are being filled not just with clothes, but with cash, with bearer bonds, with the famous diamond-encrusted watches Osho had given them. They moved like ghosts through the city they had built. Every sound, a car door closing, a footstep on gravel, must have sounded like a gunshot in the silence. This was treason. They were gutting the heart of the organization and running for their lives. They took everything: financial records, legal documents, anything that could incriminate them or give them leverage later. And the money. The final estimates would be staggering. $55 million, siphoned from the donations of believers, from the profits of the businesses, and funneled into secret Swiss bank accounts. They were not just abandoning the ship, they were scuttling it on their way out, taking all the lifeboats and provisions with them. They drove out before dawn, a small convoy of cars disappearing into the vast Oregon darkness. By the time the sun rose over the Oka Hills, they were gone. vanished. The next morning, the city awoke to a void. The leaders were missing. Their houses were empty. At first, there was just confusion, a ripple of unease. Perhaps they were on a secret mission for the Bhagwan. Perhaps this was another one of his devices, a cosmic joke to test their awareness. But as the hours turned into a day, and the day into two, the confusion curdled into panic. The sophisticated machinery of the commune began to grind to a halt. Who was in charge? Who signed the checks? Who made the decisions? For 2 days, the city of Rajneeshpuram was adrift, a headless body. And for 2 days, Osho remained in his compound, silent. He was watching. He was waiting. He was letting the chaos build, letting the full impact of the betrayal sink in. He needed his followers to feel the abandonment, to feel the fear. He needed them to be desperate for a savior. And then, on September 16th, the summons went out. The Bhagwan would speak, publicly, to everyone. The anticipation was a physical thing, a crushing weight in the air of the vast meditation hall, Rajneesh Mandir. Thousands of sannyasins, dressed in their shades of sunrise, packed the space. They had not heard his voice in a public discourse for 4.5 years. He had been a silent god, a presence felt but not heard. Now, the silence was about to be broken. What would he say? Would he explain the test? Would he welcome Sheila back with a laugh? Would he reveal the next stage of his master plan? No one was prepared for what came next. He walked onto the stage, not with the serene, playful energy they remembered, but with a cold fire in his eyes. He sat in his chair, looked out at the sea of expectant faces, and began to speak. And the voice that emerged was not the gentle, lilting tone of his old lectures. It was sharp. It was angry. It was venomous. He began simply. Sheila and her gang have escaped. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Escaped, not left, not on a mission. Escaped like criminals. And then he lowered the boom. He accused her, not of a simple disagreement, not of a misunderstanding. He accused her of turning his spiritual oasis into a concentration camp. He accused her of being a fascist. He called her clique a gang of fascists. The words hung in the air, electric and horrifying. He started listing her crimes, one by one, a torrent of revelation that washed over the stunned audience. He told them that Sheila's group had been responsible for the salmonella poisoning in the dhows, that they had deliberately poisoned over 700 innocent people just to win a local election. The followers looked at each other, their faces pale with disbelief. This was the woman who had spoken for their master, who had built their home. A bioterrorist. It was impossible. But he was just getting started. He told them that Sheila had a secret wiretapping system, that for years she had been listening in on everyone, not just government offices, but the private rooms of sannyasins. His own room, he said, had been bugged, the home of his personal doctor. The entire commune had been under her electronic surveillance. The poison of suspicion they had all been feeling was suddenly given a name, a source. It was real. He accused her of arson. He told them she had burned down the Wasco County Planning Office to destroy incriminating records. An act of terrorism against the local government, committed in their name. Then the accusations became even more personal, more terrifying. He said that Sheila had tried to murder his personal physician, Swami Devaraj, by injecting him with a poison that mimicked the symptoms of AIDS. Why? Because the doctor was growing too close to Osho, becoming a rival for his attention. He told them she had tried to poison the Jefferson County District Attorney. She had tried to poison the water supply of the Dalles. She had a list of enemies, he said, and she was planning to kill them. Before we continue this descent into the collapse of a utopia, a moment to reflect. This channel exists to tell these long, immersive stories, to give you a space to let the weight of history quiet your mind. If you find value in this, if these narratives help you find rest, please consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It's a small act that allows these stories to continue. Now back to the Master's confession. He wasn't just accusing her of crimes against the outside world. He accused her of crimes against him. He held up a copy of the Book of Rajneeshism, a book compiled and edited by Sheila that laid out the doctrines of the new religion. He called it a piece of filth. He said she had put words in his mouth, that she had twisted his teachings to suit her own lust for power. He ordered every single copy on the ranch to be collected and burned, a public, symbolic execution of her legacy. Imagine sitting in that hall. Everything you believed to be true for the last 4 years is being systematically dismantled by the very man you worship as a god. The woman you saw as the embodiment of his will, the fierce mother protecting her children, is being unmasked as a would-be murderer, a terrorist, a power-mad tyrant. The cognitive dissonance must have been blinding. A kind of psychological whiplash. How could this have happened? How could their enlightened master, their all-seeing guru, have allowed such a person to run his entire world for so long? Osho had an answer for that too. An explanation that absolved him of all responsibility. He claimed his silence was a spiritual device, a period of non-interference. He said he had given Sheila total freedom as an experiment. He had trusted her, and she had betrayed that trust. He painted himself as a victim, as naive to the ways of the world, a pure spiritual being taken advantage of by a worldly, corrupt woman. He was the innocent scientist, and she was the experiment that had gone monstrously wrong. For many in the crowd, this was enough. The relief of having an explanation, any explanation, from their master was overwhelming. The confusion and fear of the past few days were replaced by a new, unifying emotion, righteous anger. Anger at Sheila. She was the devil. She was the Judas. She had betrayed them all. In a single speech, Osho had masterfully redirected all the blame, all the darkness, all the criminality of his own organization onto one person and her small inner circle. He had performed a kind of psychic surgery on the commune, cutting out the cancerous tumor of Sheila and declaring the body pure once more. The speech ended, and the witch hunt began. Immediately, sannyasins loyal to Osho, now free from Sheila's control, led reporters and law enforcement on tours of the ranch's hidden secrets. They revealed a secret laboratory hidden in Sheila's own house, complete with books on poisons and assassination techniques and cultures of bacteria. They uncovered the wiretapping headquarters, a high-tech listening post that would have been the envy of a small country's intelligence agency. The physical evidence of Sheila's crimes was laid bare for the world to see. The dream of Rajneeshpuram was dead. Osho's speech was its eulogy. He had not just broken his silence. He had shattered the foundational myth of the entire community. The myth was that they were an enlightened society, a group of people living a higher truth, beyond the petty corruption of the outside world. But in his desperate act of self-preservation, Osho had admitted that their utopia was just as corrupt, just as violent, just as diseased as the world they claimed to have left behind. In fact, it was worse. It was a place where spiritual authority was used to justify attempted murder and mass poisoning. The outside world watched in stunned fascination. The media, which Sheila had so expertly manipulated and battled for years, now descended on the ranch with a vengeance. The story was irresistible. A free love sex guru, a fleet of Rolls-Royces, and now a tale of bioterrorism, assassination plots, and a multi-million-dollar betrayal. It was the stuff of Hollywood thrillers, but it was all happening in the Oregon desert. For the sannyasins who remained, life was now a dizzying spiral of confusion. They had come to this place to find themselves, to dissolve their egos, to trust in a master. Now they were being told that the structure they had trusted was a lie. They were citizens of a city now publicly known as a hub for criminal conspiracy. They had to reconcile the man they loved, the man who spoke of Zorba the Buddha, of celebration and joy, with the dark and violent reality that had festered right under his nose. Osho, for his part, tried to pivot. He declared the Sheila period over. He encouraged a great bonfire to burn, not only her books but also the red clothes that had been their uniform. He said it was time for a new phase, a phase free from religion, free from power structures. But it was too late. He had opened Pandora's box. By publicly confessing the crimes of his own organization, he had essentially invited the law to come knocking. And the law was already on its way. Sheila, meanwhile, was in Europe, watching the whole thing unfold from a safe distance. She denied everything, of course. She claimed Osho was a brilliant man, but that he was being manipulated by others, that he was on drugs. She painted him as the betrayer. It was a war of words fought through international media. But her denials rang hollow as more and more evidence was unearthed back at the ranch. Her flight was a confession in itself. The empire had not just crumbled, it had imploded. Osho's own words were the detonator. He had saved himself from the immediate taint of her crimes, but in doing so, he had signed the death warrant for his own city. The invisible war had become spectacularly visible, a global scandal, and the fallout was just beginning to rain down. The sannyasins, the believers who had given up everything for this dream, were now standing in the radioactive ruins, wondering how their search for enlightenment had led them to this dark, desolate place. For the sannyasins left behind, it was like waking up inside a collapsed building. Dust and confusion hung in the air. The foundations of their world, the very structure of their belief, had been pulverized overnight. The silence from their master, the serene, knowing quiet they had built their lives around for years, was shattered. And in its place came a voice they hadn't heard in public for so long. A voice that was no longer a gentle guide through meditation, but a torrent of accusation and rage. Osho, free from his self-imposed vow of silence, began to hold daily press conferences. Imagine the scene. The man who was once a whisper, a presence, was now a headline. He sat before the world's media, his voice thin but sharp, denouncing Sheila and her inner circle. He called them a gang of fascists. He accused them of turning his commune, his utopia, into a concentration camp. He revealed the wiretapping, the poisonings, the plots. He distanced himself completely, painting himself as an innocent, an isolated spiritual teacher who had been betrayed by his most trusted disciples. To his followers, it was a dizzying, terrifying realignment. The woman who had been their absolute authority, the voice of the Master himself, was now the devil. The rules they had lived by were now crimes. The structure they had defended was now a prison, and the man at the center of it all, the man they called beloved Master, claimed to have known nothing, nothing at all. Could you believe it? Could you stand there in your maroon robes, having given up your family, your career, your identity, and accept that the entire system was a lie? But the man at its heart remained pure. For many, the answer was yes. The cognitive dissonance was too great to overcome. It was easier to believe in a monstrous betrayal by Sheila than to accept that the entire experiment, the entire spiritual journey, was built on a foundation of control and deceit. It was easier to blame the lieutenant than the king. But outside the ranch, the world was not so willing to draw that distinction. For law enforcement, for the U.S. Attorney's Office, Osho's sudden proclamations were not a spiritual cleansing. They were a confession. He was admitting, on global television, that his organization had committed a litany of federal crimes. And by claiming ignorance, he was either a fool or a liar. The federal government was betting on the latter. The walls were closing in. The grand jury in Portland was issuing subpoenas. Former sannyasins, disillusioned and angry, were talking to the FBI. They were telling stories of forced sterilizations, of financial crimes, and most importantly, of systematic, orchestrated immigration fraud. The sham marriages, the fraudulent visa applications, it was the thread that could unravel everything. It was the one crime that could be tied directly, indisputably, to the very top, because every single fraudulent application was signed with the goal of bringing more followers to the feet of one man. Inside the commune, a new kind of paranoia took hold. The fear of Sheila's spies was replaced by the fear of federal agents. The dream was over. The party had ended, and now the police were at the door. Osho's inner circle, the new one that had replaced Sheila's, could feel the pressure mounting. They saw the end coming. They knew that an indictment against their master was not a matter of if, but when. And a man who lived in a palace of silk and marble, a man whose hands were famously soft and unused, would not survive in a federal prison. The decision was made in hushed tones, in secret meetings late at night. The American experiment had failed. It was time to run. The plan was simple, almost cinematic in its execution. 2 Learjets were chartered. In the dead of night on October 27th, 1985, Osho and a small group of his most loyal followers prepared to slip away. There was no grand farewell, no final sermon to the thousands who still worshipped him. Just a quiet, hurried exit from the back door of his compound. He left behind 93 Rolls-Royces. He left behind thousands of believers who were about to wake up and find their God had vanished. Their destination was Bermuda, a small island nation with a crucial feature: no extradition treaty with the United States. He could live there untouchable, while his empire in Oregon was dismantled by the government he had so openly defied. You can almost feel the tension inside that jet as it lifted off the ranch's private airstrip, climbing into the cold, dark Oregon night. The hum of the engines, a steady drone washing over the silent passengers. Below them, the lights of Rajneeshpuram, A city built on a dream receded into blackness. Was he afraid? Was he serene? Or was he simply angry that it had come to this? That the world had refused to bend to his will? The flight path was planned to avoid major airports, a ghost slipping across the continent. But even private jets need to refuel. The chosen stop was a small, quiet airfield in Charlotte, North Carolina. It was supposed to be a quick stop, in and out. But someone had talked. An anonymous tip had reached the U.S. Marshal Service. As the two jets, call signs November 75's Romeo and November 55 Charlie Popper, touched down on the tarmac, they were not alone. The local and federal officers had been waiting. They approached the planes as the fuel trucks were pulling away. They carried warrants. 35 federal indictments handed down just hours before by the grand jury in Portland. The charges included conspiracy to evade immigration laws, making false statements to federal officials, and harboring undocumented immigrants. And the first name on the indictment was Bhagwan Shree Rajneesh. Imagine the scene. The cabin door opens. Osho, dressed in a flowing robe and his signature knit cap, steps out, expecting to feel the cool night air for a moment before boarding. Instead, he sees the flashing lights of police cars. He sees men in jackets with U.S. Marshal printed in bold yellow letters. There was no resistance. His followers were stunned into silence. The lawmen were professional, almost polite. They read him his rights. They placed him in handcuffs, the cold, heavy steel closing around the wrists of the enlightened one. The man who preached a life beyond all rules was now a federal prisoner. He was arrested along with 7 of his followers. The guru was grounded. News of the arrest spread like fire. For the sannyasins back at the ranch, it was the final, devastating blow. First Sheila had fled, then the master himself had tried to flee, and now he was captured. The utopia wasn't just collapsing, it was being handcuffed and led away on national television. The images were stark. The frail, bearded guru being escorted by burly lawmen. It was the ultimate symbol of the dream's failure. From Charlotte, Osho began a bizarre and humiliating tour of the American justice system. He was no longer a spiritual master. He was inmate number 21169. He was flown first to a federal prison in Oklahoma City. His lawyers would later claim he was mistreated, that he was forced to register under the name David Washington, a bizarre and seemingly random alias assigned to him. They claimed he was kept in squalid conditions, a deliberate attempt to break his spirit. The government, of course, denied all of it. They maintained he was treated like any other federal detainee. The truth, as always, is likely somewhere in the middle. But for Osho, a man accustomed to absolute control, sterile environments, and deferential treatment, the experience must have been a profound shock. The noise, the smells, the utter lack of privacy, the loss of all personal autonomy. This was the world he had sought to transcend, and now he was trapped in its most brutal and mundane reality. After Oklahoma, he was flown back to Portland, Oregon, to face the charges. He was held in the Multnomah County Jail. And here, the legal battle began in earnest. His defense team was formidable, led by a high-powered celebrity lawyer, and even included a former U.S. attorney. They were prepared to fight, to argue that this was a case of religious persecution, that the government was trying to destroy a community because it was different. The initial bail hearing was a spectacle. The prosecution argued that Osho was an extreme flight risk. After all, they had literally caught him in the middle of fleeing the country. They painted him as a manipulative leader with access to millions of dollars and a global network of followers who would hide him anywhere. They argued that if he were released, he would simply vanish. His defense team countered, arguing that his health was frail. They said he had severe allergies, a bad back, that he was a victim of his followers' crimes, not a perpetrator. They promised he would surrender his passport and remain in Oregon to face the charges. The judge was unconvinced. Bail was denied. Osho would remain a prisoner while the legal gears turned. For weeks, he languished in jail. The story of the guru in chains was a global phenomenon. Was he a persecuted mystic or a common con man finally getting his due? The world watched, fascinated and horrified. Behind the scenes, his lawyers knew the situation was dire. The evidence for the immigration charges was overwhelming. They had documents. They had witnesses. Dozens, if not hundreds, of former sannyasins were willing to testify that they were instructed to enter into sham marriages to get green cards. And while it wasn't as sensational as bioterrorism or attempted murder, a conviction on 35 federal felony counts would mean a long time in prison. Decades, potentially. The prosecution also had a choice to make. They could go for a long, drawn-out trial, trying to connect Osho to the more violent crimes Sheila had orchestrated. But that would be difficult. Sheila was gone. The evidence was circumstantial. It would be a messy, expensive, and uncertain fight. Or they could use the ironclad immigration case as leverage. Their goal wasn't necessarily to see Osho rot in a cell for the rest of his life. Their goal was to dismantle the illegal operation at Rajneeshpuram and get him out of the country permanently. And so, the dance of the plea bargain began. It was a negotiation born of mutual desperation. Osho wanted out of jail. The government wanted him out of America. There was a legal tool perfect for this situation. It's called an Alford plea. It's a strange and fascinating quirk of the American legal system. With an Alford plea, a defendant does not admit guilt. In fact, they can maintain their innocence. But they do admit that the prosecution has enough evidence to secure a conviction. If the case were to go to trial, it's a pragmatic surrender. It's saying, I didn't do it, but I know you can prove that I did. For Osho, it was the perfect way out. He could avoid a long prison sentence. He could avoid the public humiliation of admitting guilt. He could walk away, claiming he was a martyr, a victim of the system, forced into a deal to save himself from a corrupt government. He could save face with his followers. For the prosecution, it was also a perfect victory. They would get their conviction. He would be a convicted felon. And most importantly, as a non-citizen convicted of a felony, he could be and would be immediately deported and barred from ever returning. They would get exactly what they wanted, the end of Rajneeshpuram and the expulsion of its leader. On November 14, 1985, less than a month after his dramatic arrest, Osho appeared in federal court in Portland one last time. He looked thin, tired, but composed. He stood before the judge and, through his attorney, entered his plea. He pleaded guilty to one count of concealing an alien and one count of making a false statement, both related to the immigration fraud scheme. The other 33 charges were dropped. But crucially, it was an Alford plea. He was not admitting he did it. He was just admitting they could prove it. The sentence was handed down immediately, as prearranged in the deal. 10 years of probation, a suspended sentence, a $400,000 fine, and immediate departure from the United States, with the condition that he could not reapply for entry for at least 5 years, though everyone knew he would never be allowed back in. It was over. Just like that. The battle that had raged for 4 years, the war between the red-robed sannyasins and the people of Oregon, ended not with a bang, but with the quiet murmur of a legal bargain. He paid the fine on the spot. He was released from custody and driven directly to the Portland International Airport. There, a chartered jet was waiting, the same kind of jet that had been his intended escape vehicle just weeks before. But this time, he wasn't fleeing. He was being expelled. As he walked across the tarmac, he was a free man, but also a defeated one. The American dream, the grand experiment to build a new consciousness in the heart of the old world, had ended in utter, abject failure. He had arrived a messiah and was leaving a convicted felon. He had built a city and was leaving behind a ghost town mired in debt and scandal. The jet took off, climbing into the grey Oregon sky. Osho was gone. He left behind a power vacuum at the ranch, which would soon collapse under the weight of its own debts and legal troubles. He left behind tens of thousands of followers around the world, forced to reconcile the image of their enlightened master with the reality of his criminal conviction and deportation. The guru was on the run again, not from the law, but from his own failure. He would spend the rest of his life searching for a new home, a new country that would have him. He was a spiritual teacher without a pulpit, a king without a kingdom. The journey was far from over. But the brightest, most audacious, and most destructive chapter of his life had just slammed shut. He had flown into America on a promise of utopia, and now he was flying out, leaving nothing but ruins and unanswered questions in his wake. The jet ascended, a silver needle stitching a path through the cold American sky. Below, the Oregon desert was a rumpled blanket of brown and grey, shrinking with every passing second. The dream of Rajneeshpuram, a city built on devotion and defiance, was now just a ghost on the landscape, a memory of red clothes and dust. The man inside that plane, the one they called Bhagwan, had lost his kingdom. He was a king without a country, a god without a temple, a master with a scattered, broken flock. What does a man do when his world collapses, when the utopia he promised turns to poison, and the empire he built is dismantled by the very country he sought to conquer with consciousness? For Osho, the answer was simple. You keep moving. You never stop. You become a wanderer, a pilgrim of the air, searching for a place that will have you, a place that is not afraid of you. The world, it turned out, was a very small and a very frightened place. His first destination was a return, back to the beginning, India. It must have felt like a retreat, a defeat. He had left India a controversial guru, but he returned a global fugitive, his name synonymous with bioterrorism, wiretapping, and a fleet of 93 Rolls-Royces. The Indian authorities, once tolerant of his ashram in Pune, now saw him through the lens of international news reports. He was a problem, a security risk, a source of profound embarrassment. He was allowed to land, but the welcome was colder than the air-conditioned cabin of his jet. He was placed under investigation. His movements were monitored. The old ashram in Pune, which had been a vibrant, chaotic hub of spiritual seeking, was now quiet, almost dormant. The energy was gone. The magic had curdled. India, the motherland that had birthed him, now held him at arm's length, like a child who had grown up to become a monster. He stayed for a few months, a restless ghost in his own former home, before the journey began again. The search for a new Eden. The first real attempt was in Kathmandu, Nepal. The Himalayas watched, silent and ancient, as his jet touched down. For a moment there was hope. The air was thin and pure. Perhaps here, among the peaks and monasteries, a new beginning could be forged. But the news of his arrival travelled faster than a prayer flag's whisper in the wind. The Nepalese government, under pressure from all sides, gave him and his entourage their answer. You have 3 weeks. Then you must leave. The door, once cracked open, was slammed shut, and so began the grand tour of rejection, a surreal, global pilgrimage of slammed doors. It became a pattern, a miserable, repeating ritual played out on tarmacs and in sterile airport lounges across the planet. Imagine it. You are on that plane with him. A Learjet, a symbol of ultimate freedom and wealth, now a gilded cage. You look out the small, oval window as you descend towards a new country, a new continent. Below you are the lights of a city you have never seen. A new language, a new culture, a new chance. There is a flicker of hope, the same hope that built a city in a desert. Maybe this will be the place. Maybe these people will understand, but they always knew. Before the wheels even touched the ground, they knew. Interpol alerts, diplomatic cables, frantic calls between governments, the legend of the sex guru and his criminal cult preceded him. Their next stop was Greece. Specifically, the island of Crete. It was a beautiful, almost poetic choice, an ancient land, the cradle of Western philosophy, a place of myths and sunshine. A wealthy Greek follower offered his villa in Agios Nikolaos. For a few weeks, it seemed like the dream was alive again. Sannyasins began to arrive, drawn by the news, their red and orange robes, a splash of vibrant color against the whitewashed walls and the impossible blue of the Aegean Sea. Osho began to give discourses again. His voice, calm and hypnotic, once more filled the air, speaking of Zorba the Buddha, the synthesis of earthy celebration and silent consciousness. For a moment you could almost believe it was working. A new, smaller, more intimate commune, Rajneeshpuram by the sea. But the local villagers watched with suspicion, and the powerful Greek Orthodox Church watched with fury. They saw a blasphemer, a corrupting influence. Priests denounced him from the pulpit. The local bishop declared that this Antichrist must be expelled. The media whipped up a frenzy. Then came the knock on the door. It wasn't a gentle knock. It was the hard, insistent rap of authority. On February 5th, 1986, Greek police raided the villa. They stormed the property with an almost comical level of force. As if expecting an armed militia, they found a man in a robe, a few dozen followers, and a library of books. Osho was arrested. He was accused of being a danger to public order. The evidence? None was needed. The fear was enough. He was put on a plane and flown out of the country, deported. The dream of a Greek Zorba had lasted just 4 weeks. As the jet climbed, he would have looked down on the sparkling sea, another paradise lost. Another rejection burned into his story. From there, the journey descended into a kind of global farce. The world was playing a game of hot potato, and Osho was the potato. His private jet became a stateless embassy, circling the globe looking for a place to land. They flew to Geneva, Switzerland. Denied entry. They flew to Stockholm, Sweden. Denied entry. They flew to London. He was held for hours at Heathrow Airport, treated like a common criminal, and then refused entry. His tourist visa was revoked. The reason given by the British Home Office was that his presence was not conducive to the public good. Think about that phrase, not conducive to the public good. It is so vague, so absolute. It means we don't want you. We don't want your ideas, your followers, your reputation. You are a contagion. Before we follow this ghost plane on its lonely journey across the Atlantic, take a moment. If this story, this exploration of history's darker corners, is helping you find some quiet in your own mind, consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It is a simple, silent way to support this work, and it ensures you won't miss the stories yet to come. Now, let the world outside continue to fade, and let us return to the man in the sky. The tour of European rejection continued. Ireland. They landed at Shannon Airport to refuel. The Irish authorities made it clear you can have fuel, but you cannot stay. Do not even think of stepping off this plane. He was a prisoner on his own multi-million-dollar jet. They flew to Canada. Denied. Holland. Denied. The rejections were piling up. Each one was a small death. Another confirmation that the world he had once so confidently challenged was now pushing back with all its might. His followers, ever masterful at spinning disaster into spiritual triumph, framed this as a global conspiracy. They claimed the governments of the world, led by the United States, were terrified of Osho's truth. That his message of freedom was so potent, so dangerous to the status quo, that every nation had conspired to silence him. It was proof of his power. Look, they would say, the whole world is afraid of one man. He must be a truly enlightened being. And perhaps there was a sliver of truth to it. Governments are institutions of control. They rely on order, on predictable citizens, on shared norms. Osho preached the opposite. He preached chaos, individuality, the destruction of all dogma. He was, in his very essence, a threat to the architecture of societal control. But that wasn't the main reason the doors were slamming shut. The real reason was simpler, more visceral. It was the headlines from Oregon. Bioterrorism, attempted murder, immigration fraud, illegal wiretapping, the poisoning of over 750 people in the Dalles. These were not philosophical concepts. These were crimes, and Osho was the man at the top of the pyramid. Whether he had ordered these things directly or simply created the toxic culture that allowed them to happen was, to the world's governments, a distinction without a difference. He was radioactive. No country wanted a Rajneeshpuram on their soil. No leader wanted to be the one who let the next disaster in. The journey grew desperate. The jet crossed the Atlantic. They tried to land in Antigua. Denied. In Martinique. Denied. The Caribbean, a region of sunshine and easy living, wanted no part of him. Finally, a flicker of hope in South America, Uruguay. For a brief, beautiful moment, it seemed the search was over. The Uruguayan government, at the time a fledgling democracy, granted him a temporary one-year residency. It was a fragile foothold, but it was something. He settled in Punta del Este, a wealthy resort town. Sannyasins, the ever-faithful, began to arrive. He started giving discourses again. The machine, it seemed, was starting to hum back to life, but the long shadow of his past was inescapable. The United States government was not finished with him. The Reagan administration saw him as a loose end, a lingering embarrassment. According to Osho's inner circle, immense political pressure was applied to Uruguay. Phone calls were made. Threats were whispered. The message was clear: your relationship with the United States, your foreign aid, your political stability, all of it could be jeopardized if you continue to harbor this man. It didn't take long. One day, the president of Uruguay, Julio Maria Sanguineti, personally called Osho. The conversation, as recounted by his followers, was polite but firm. He was told that he had to leave. If he did not leave voluntarily, the government would be forced to expel him. The president allegedly confessed that if Osho stayed, his own government would likely fall. The betrayal must have been immense. He had found a sanctuary, only to have it ripped away by the same power that had destroyed his American dream. The United States was haunting him, its influence reaching across continents to ensure he would never find another home. So, once again, he was back on the plane, back in the gilded cage. Where else was there to go? They tried Jamaica. The government initially granted him a 10-day tourist visa. His plane landed in Kingston. But as he and his entourage were being processed, a call came from Washington, D.C. Suddenly, the visas were cancelled. They were ordered back onto the plane. Police surrounded the jet on the tarmac, their car's lights flashing in the tropical dusk, making sure he didn't set one foot on Jamaican soil. The list went on. A litany of rejection: Portugal, Spain, country after country. In the end, 21 nations in Europe, North America, South America, and the Caribbean would officially deny him entry or deport him. 21 times he descended from the sky with a fragile hope, only to be sent back up again, a man belonging to nowhere. This period of his life is often overlooked, a strange footnote between the explosion of Rajpuram and the quiet end in Pune. But it is essential. It tells you everything about how the world saw him. He wasn't a philosopher. He wasn't a mystic. He was a threat, a pariah, the leader of a failed state whose crimes had made him an international outcast. The constant travel, the stress, the endless rejections, they took a toll. His health, which had always been fragile, began to deteriorate significantly. His back problems worsened. He spoke of a deep weariness, a fatigue that went beyond the physical. It was the exhaustion of a man at war with the entire world, a war he was now decisively losing. Eventually, there was only one place left to go. The place he had tried so hard to escape. The place that had both created him and now, reluctantly, was the only one that would take him back. In July of 1986, the Learjet made its final journey with him as a passenger. It flew east, back across the Atlantic, over Europe and the Middle East, to the subcontinent. It landed in Mumbai. Osho, the man who had 93 Rolls-Royces, who had built a city and challenged the world, returned to India, not in triumph, but in defeat. He was a global nomad with nowhere else to go. The world had shrunk around him until only his starting point remained. The homeless mystic had finally come home. But the home he returned to was not the same, and neither was he. The final act of his strange, tumultuous life was about to begin, not in a blaze of glory or in a new utopia, but in the familiar, dusty heat of Pune. The circle was closing. The journey that had spanned the entire globe, that had touched ecstatic heights and abysmal depths, was now spiraling back to its origin, carrying with it the weight of all those closed doors, all those tarmacs, all those moments of rejection under a foreign sky. The world had cast him out, and now all that was left was to face the ending, alone with the followers who still believed, in a country that no longer knew what to make of him. And so he was a man without a country, a prophet without a promised land. The great experiment in the desert had collapsed into dust and recriminations, and the world tour of a spiritual pariah had ended in a succession of closed doors and cancelled visas. There was only one place left to go: home, or what passed for it. The journey back to India was not a triumphant return. It was a quiet, weary retreat. The global superstar, the guru of the rich and rebellious, was now a political liability, a man whose very presence caused diplomatic incidents. He travelled not in a blaze of glory, but under a cloud of notoriety. For the sannyasins who remained, those whose faith had survived the collapse of the commune, the betrayals, and the public humiliation, this was the final test. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, and now they were following him back to the beginning, back to Pune, back to the small plot of land where it had all started. But you can never truly go back, can you? The world had changed. He had changed, and the ashram they returned to in January of 1987 would not be the chaotic, explosive, cathartic place they had left behind. Something had been lost in the deserts of Oregon. An innocence, perhaps, a wild, untamed energy. What would rise in its place would be something else entirely, something more structured, more polished, and in its own way, much more controlled. The old ashram in Korgan Park, Pune, was waiting. It had been maintained by a skeleton crew of followers, a quiet placeholder in a story that had moved halfway across the world. Now, the master was returning. The energy began to shift. The sannyasins who trickled back were not the same fresh-faced seekers of the 70s. They were veterans of a spiritual war. They had built a city and watched it fall. They had seen their leader arrested, their community shattered. They were older, more cautious. Their faith was no longer a blissful, naive explosion. It was a quiet, hardened conviction, a choice made in the face of failure, and the man they gathered around was also a ghost of his former self. The charismatic, vibrant, and confrontational speaker was visibly weakened. His health, always a delicate subject, was now in open decline. He was frail, his movements slow and deliberate. The fire in his eyes was still there, but it was banked now, a low ember rather than a raging flame. The story he began to tell to explain this decline was the final piece of his personal mythology. It was a story of martyrdom. He claimed that while in custody in the United States, in various jails as he was moved across the country, he had been systematically poisoned. The specific poison he named was thallium, a heavy metal, tasteless, odorless, slow-acting, a poison favored by assassins and secret agencies. He also claimed he was exposed to radiation. The proof, he said, was in his body. His immune system was collapsing. He suffered from nausea, fatigue, and a host of other ailments. His famous beard, once thick and flowing, began to thin. His teeth ached, his bones felt brittle. He was, in his own telling, a man being slowly murdered by the most powerful government on earth for the crime of speaking truth to power. Was it true? To his followers, it was the only explanation that made sense. It fit the narrative perfectly. The enlightened master, too dangerous for the corrupt systems of the world, had been silenced not by argument, but by a coward's weapon. It explained his physical decline and elevated his suffering to a sacred act. It was his crucifixion, the final persecution that proved his divinity. For the outside world, the claim was met with deep skepticism. US authorities flatly denied it. There was no definitive medical evidence ever presented to the public that could stand up to independent scrutiny. Doctors who examined him offered conflicting or vague opinions, often colored by their own allegiance to him. Skeptics pointed out that his symptoms could also be explained by stress, pre-existing conditions like diabetes and asthma, or the simple process of aging under immense pressure. But in the world of belief, objective proof is often a secondary concern. The story was what mattered, and the story of the slow poisoning became central to the final chapter of his life. It recontextualized everything. He was no longer just a failed cult leader who had been deported. He was a martyr, delivering his final sermons from a body that was being destroyed by the very forces of darkness he had always railed against. It was a powerful, compelling narrative, and it drew his followers closer than ever, wrapping them in a shared sense of purpose and righteous anger. They were not just his students anymore. They were the guardians of a dying flame. With this new narrative of martyrdom established, the transformation of the Pune ashram began in earnest. If Rajneeshpuram was a grand, defiant statement of worldly power, the new Pune would be its opposite. It was to be an internal kingdom, a pristine, controlled environment dedicated solely to meditation and the Master's presence. The name itself was the first thing to change. It was no longer an ashram, a word loaded with Indian tradition and connotations of gurus and disciples. It was rebranded as the Osho International Meditation Resort. Think about those words. Resort, not a commune, not a monastery, a resort, a place you go for spiritual rejuvenation, like a spa for the soul. The language was deliberate. It was a signal to a new kind of seeker, a wealthier, more Western, and perhaps less committed clientele. This wasn't about surrendering your life to a master anymore. It was about booking a spiritual vacation. The commercialization that had begun in Oregon was now perfected and polished. The resort itself was transformed. The grounds were meticulously landscaped. Marble pathways were laid, Zen gardens, rock pools, and black pyramids rose from the earth. It was beautiful, sterilely so. The wild, untamed energy of the old ashram was paved over, literally and figuratively. The primal screams of encounter groups were replaced by the gentle tinkle of wind chimes. Everything was designed to be soothing, aesthetic, and non-confrontational. It was spirituality made palatable, made safe. New rules were put in place. Everyone entering the resort had to be tested for HIV/AIDS, a controversial policy, but one that Osho insisted upon, framing it as a pragmatic response to a global pandemic. It also served to increase the sense of being in a sealed, protected environment, a clean space separate from a diseased world. The old, vibrant orange and red robes of the sannyasins were replaced. Now, During the day, everyone wore maroon robes. Simple, uniform, like a soft-spoken army. For the evening meditation, the discourse with the master, everyone had to wear pure white. Imagine the sight. Thousands of people, all dressed in identical white robes, sitting in absolute silence in a vast, air-conditioned hall, waiting for a frail man to speak. The visual was breathtaking. It was a carefully choreographed piece of spiritual theater. It was serene. It was orderly. It was a world away from the mud and chaos of the early days. This was a new kind of spiritual machine, meticulously designed and expertly run. Before we examine the slow, deliberate winding down of the man at the center of this polished world, if you are finding this story helps you quiet your own mind, helps you drift towards rest, please consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It allows me to continue unearthing these forgotten histories. That is all I ask. Now back to the silent, white-robed crowd waiting for their master. The final and most significant act of rebranding was his own name. He had shed Acharya Rajneesh. He had adopted Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, the blessed god. It was a name that was confrontational, arrogant, and divine. It had served its purpose. It had shattered norms and gathered followers who were drawn to that rebellious energy. But now, in his final years, it was a liability. It was the name associated with the scandals, the Rolls-Royces, the collapse of the commune. It was time for one last transformation. He first encouraged his followers to call him Zorba, the Buddha, a concept he had long taught, representing the man who could enjoy the pleasures of the earth like Zorba, the Greek, and the silent consciousness of Gautama, the Buddha. It was an attempt to synthesize his teachings into a single identity, but it didn't quite stick. Then a new name emerged, drawn from the teachings of Zen and the writings of William James. Osho. Pronounced Osho, he explained its meaning. The O sound, he said, represented the oceanic experience. Love, gratitude, a sense of cosmic oneness. The show sound simply meant in tune with existence, a flower opening, Osho. It was soft, it was gentle, it had no history, no baggage. It sounded Japanese, evoking the aesthetics of Zen that he had so admired and incorporated into the new resort. It was the perfect name for the final act. It was the name of a wise, gentle master, not a controversial god-man. In 1989, he formally dropped Bhagwan and became simply Osho. The transformation was complete. The creator, the trickster, the god, had become an oceanic feeling. His public appearances became rarer and more precious. He no longer gave the fiery, hours-long lectures of his prime. He would enter the vast meditation hall, which was named after Gautama the Buddha, and simply sit in silence with his followers. Sometimes for an hour or more, just sitting. The power of his presence, his followers said, was enough. The silence was the teaching. After the silence, he might answer a few questions, his voice often a weak whisper, his words simple and direct. He spoke less of revolution and more of awareness, less of destroying the old world and more of finding peace within yourself. He created new meditations for this final phase. The Mystic Rose, a 3-week process involving days of non-stop laughing, followed by days of non-stop crying, ending with days of silent watching. The no-mind meditation, an hour of speaking gibberish to empty the mind, followed by an hour of silence. These were therapeutic techniques packaged as spiritual enlightenment, perfectly suited for a Western audience looking for a quick, intense experience. They were powerful, and for many deeply transformative. They were also products sold as workshops in the spiritual marketplace of the Osho International Meditation Resort. Through all this, his body continued to fail. He was often in too much pain to appear in public. He would send his hat and his robes out to be placed on his chair, a symbol for his followers to meditate with. He was becoming an absence, a memory. His doctors, a loyal inner circle of sannyasins, tended to him constantly. They spoke of his immense suffering, borne with grace and awareness. They reinforced the poisoning narrative at every opportunity. The master was leaving his body, they said, not because of simple illness, but because it had been destroyed. He was a sacrifice. In his private quarters, he was preparing for the end. He gave detailed instructions for what was to happen after his death. There was to be no religious ritual. His body was to be brought to the meditation hall for 10 minutes, and then taken to the burning ghats. There was to be a celebration, a festival of music and dancing. His ashes were to be placed in a new marble hall, a samadhi with a simple inscription on it. It would not say he was born or died. It would say Osho, never born, never died, only visited this planet Earth between a certain date and another. It was his final piece of writing, his own epitaph, a perfect, concise summary of his entire philosophy, that we are not the body, not the mind, but a timeless, visiting consciousness. It was a statement of ultimate victory over the forces that he claimed were killing him. They could destroy his body, but they could not touch the eternal visitor. As 1989 turned into 1990, it was clear the end was very near. He was a skeleton, his energy almost completely gone. His final public appearance was in January. He came to the hall, offered a simple namaste with folded hands to the silent crowd, and left. There were no more words. The teaching was over. The story was coming to a close. The man who had spoken more words than almost any other spiritual figure in history had fallen silent. What was left was the empire he had built. The resort in Pune was thriving, a global destination for spiritual tourists. His books, transcribed from his thousands of hours of talks, were being translated into dozens of languages. His meditation techniques were being licensed and taught in centers all around the world. He had successfully transformed himself from a controversial cult leader into a global spiritual brand, a brand that could and would survive his own death. The narrative was set. He was not just a man dying of illness. He was a bodhisattva, a great enlightened being who had been poisoned by the American empire for being too dangerous, too truthful. He was leaving the world not in failure, but as a martyr whose message would now spread even further. It was a masterful piece of myth-making, the final brushstroke on a self-portrait he had been painting his entire life. The boy from Kuchwada who read books in a tree, the rebellious professor, the charismatic guru, the lord of a desert city, the wandering outcast, and now the dying martyr. Each identity shed to make way for the next, and for the followers who had stayed the course, who sat in their white robes in the silent hall, this final act was the most profound teaching of all. They were watching their master die with awareness. They were witnessing what he had always talked about, the ultimate let go. They believed they were seeing enlightenment embodied in its final, most vulnerable and most powerful form. The pain, the weakness, the slow decay of the body, it was all just part of the cosmic play. The visitor was simply preparing to leave the planet, and the silence he left behind was filled with their own devotion, a quiet hum of reverence for the man who had, for better or for worse, completely and utterly defined their lives. The final days were a quiet, somber vigil, the entire resort holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. And so, in those final, breathless hours, the world of the Sannyasin shrank to the size of a single room. The air in the Pune ashram grew heavy, thick with a silence that was not empty, but full of a collective, unspoken grief, full of the quiet hum of thousands of lives, all pointed like compass needles toward one man, a man whose breath was now becoming shallow, whose vibrant, chaotic energy was finally, inexorably, fading. It was a strange and profound stillness, a world holding its breath, waiting for an ending that felt less like a death and more like the extinguishing of a sun around which they had all orbited for so long. The waiting was a vigil, not of hope for recovery, but of solemn witness to a closing chapter. On January 19th, 1990, the waiting ended. The official announcement was simple, clinical. Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, now known to the world as Osho, was dead. The cause, his personal physician stated, was heart failure. His body, weakened by years of mysterious ailments, he himself blamed on thallium poisoning by the American government, had finally given out. He was 60 years old. The news rippled through the commune, not with a crash, but with a deep, resonant tremor. The sun had set. The moments that followed were a blur of orchestrated activity. There was no time for the deep, communal grieving you might expect. The body was brought out for a final viewing, a last darshan for his followers. And then, with a speed that many found unsettling, it was taken to the burning ghats. Within hours of his last breath, his physical form was committed to the flames, the smoke rising into the Indian night sky. A life that had been a spectacle of rebellion and controversy ended with a shocking, almost brutal efficiency. And it is here, in that speed, in that haste, that the first questions begin to sprout like weeds in a pristine garden. Why the rush? In a culture where funeral rites are drawn out and deeply significant, why was this icon, this god to so many, cremated with such immediacy? There was no autopsy, no independent medical examination. The death certificate was signed by his personal doctor, Swami Divaraj, a man who was not just a physician, but a member of the powerful inner circle that had surrounded Osho in his final years. A man who stood to gain from the new reality Osho's death would create. The official narrative was that Osho himself had willed it this way. He did not want his body to be a relic, a thing to be worshipped. He wanted to disappear completely, leaving only his words, his teachings. It's a compelling story. It fits the persona. But for many who were there, and for many who have studied the events since, it feels too neat, too convenient. A darker story began to circulate, whispered at first in the hushed corners of the ashram, then spoken more loudly in the diaspora of sannyasins who felt disenfranchised by what happened next. This story suggests that Osho's death was not entirely natural, that his heart did not simply fail. The theory, in its starkest form, is that he was euthanized, that the inner circle, seeing their leader fading and perhaps becoming unpredictable, decided to take matters into their own hands, to control the narrative, to control the succession, to control the empire. The two key figures in this narrative are the aforementioned Swami Divaraj, the British Dr. John Andrews, and Swami Jayesh, an American named Michael O'Brien, who was Osho's primary caretaker and financial manager. Together, they held the keys to the kingdom. They controlled access to Osho. They managed his health, and they controlled the vast and growing finances of the organization. They were the gatekeepers. And when the king is dying, the gatekeepers hold all the power. Accounts from other sannyasins present in those final days paint a confusing picture. Some recall Osho being lucid, even vibrant, just before his death. Others describe a man fading in and out of consciousness, his body racked with pain. The inner circle maintained that he was suffering terribly, that the alleged thallium poisoning had destroyed his body from the inside out. His death, they suggested, was a mercy, but others questioned this. They saw a man being isolated, his old friends and long-time disciples kept at a distance. They saw a small group consolidating power around a dying guru, preparing for the moment he was gone. Was it a mercy killing, a gentle push into the void to end his suffering? Or was it something more sinister, a calculated move to seize control of a multi-million-dollar spiritual enterprise at the precise moment of its founder's departure? We will likely never know for sure. The evidence was consumed by fire just hours after the event. All that remains are competing stories, fueled by decades of suspicion and the bitter taste of a spiritual dream that soured. The only certainty is that with Osho's last breath, the movement was changed forever. The man was gone. But the fight for his soul, for his legacy, and for his money was just beginning, and it began not with a spiritual revelation, but with a piece of paper. A few weeks after the smoke had cleared from the burning ghats, after the initial shock had subsided into a dull, lingering ache of loss, the inner circle produced a document. It was, they announced, Osho's last will and testament. To the vast majority of sannyasins, this was a profound shock. A will? Osho, the man who preached a life of let go, of non-attachment, of living in the moment without a care for the future, had left a will. It seemed like a contradiction of everything he had ever taught. It was like finding out that a Zen master had spent his final days obsessively balancing his stock portfolio. It just didn't fit. The document itself was simple, but its implications were monumental. It was dated, allegedly, from 1989, not long before his death, and in it, Osho supposedly bequeathed the rights to everything, and that means everything to a small committee. This wasn't just about property or bank accounts. The will signed over the rights to all of his books, the audio and video recordings of his thousands of lectures, the copyrights to his meditation techniques. Even the very name Osho was now, according to this document, a trademarked brand. And who was on this committee, this group of inheritors to a spiritual kingdom? The names were familiar. Swami Divaraj, the doctor, Swami Jayesh, the financial manager, the core of the inner circle, the very men who had managed his final days and announced his death. The power had not been disseminated amongst his followers. It had not been left to the community he had built. It had been funneled, with stunning legal precision, into the hands of a tiny, self-appointed group, to be managed by a new entity they had set up in Zurich, Switzerland. The free-flowing, anarchic spiritual experiment of Pune was, with the stroke of a pen, to become a Swiss corporation. This moment, this discovery of a simple piece of paper, would splinter the movement he built. It's a story of how belief can be twisted by power and money, a tale as old as religion itself. And if these explorations into the darker side of belief and power help you find stillness in your own night, consider subscribing to The Dark Historian. It allows me to continue telling these stories. Now back to the document that would ignite a war for Osho's soul. The will was a bombshell. For decades, sannyasins had operated on the understanding that Osho's work belonged to everyone and to no one. It was a shared inheritance. Publishers around the world printed his books, often with a simple, informal permission. Meditation centers used his name and techniques freely. It was an open-source spirituality. The will slammed that door shut. Suddenly, using the name Osho, or publishing his words, or even teaching his meditations, required a license. It required permission from Zurich. It required payment. Immediately, doubts about the will's authenticity erupted. Many long-time disciples, people who had known Osho for 20 or 30 years, came forward to say they had never heard him speak of a will. On the contrary, they had heard him speak against the very idea of inheritance and legacy. They looked at the signature on the document. To them, it looked shaky. It looked wrong. It didn't look like the confident, artistic flourish they knew so well. The document itself was strange. It wasn't drafted on official letterhead. It was, according to critics, written on a piece of stationery from the commune's legal office. And the witnesses who signed it were all part of that same inner circle. There were no independent parties, no outsiders to verify the event. Everything was contained within that small, powerful group. It was, to the skeptics, a closed loop of self-interest. The battle lines were drawn. On one side was the official Osho International Foundation, the Zurich-based entity created by the Inner Circle. They held the will, they held the trademarks, and they began to systematically enforce their copyright claims across the globe. They sent cease and desist letters to publishers, to meditation centers, to websites run by old sannyasins. They argued they were simply protecting the purity of Osho's work, preventing it from being diluted or misinterpreted. They were, in their own eyes, the faithful guardians of the flame. On the other side was a large, decentralized group of sannyasins who saw this as a hostile takeover, a corporate coup. They believed the will was a forgery, a legal tool created by the Inner Circle to monetize a spiritual teaching that was meant to be free. They saw the purity argument as a smokescreen for greed. For them, the spirit of Osho was being suffocated by lawyers and accountants. The rebellion against the establishment had, in a final, bitter irony, become a registered trademark. The legal fights that followed were long, complex, and ugly. They spanned more than 2 decades and multiple continents. In the United States, the Osho International Foundation, or OIF, successfully trademarked the name Osho. This led to bizarre situations where lifelong disciples who ran small meditation centers were legally threatened for using the name of their own master. The community, once united by a shared love for one man, was now bitterly divided, fighting over his ghost in courtrooms. Handwriting experts were brought in to analyze the signature on the will. As you might expect, their conclusions were contradictory. The experts hired by the OIF declared it authentic. The experts hired by the challengers declared it a probable forgery. The document was examined, re-examined, and debated endlessly. Was it the shaky hand of a dying man, or the careful tracing of a forger? The piece of paper became a sacred relic to one side, and a fraudulent document to the other. One of the most compelling arguments against the will's authenticity came from its very language. Osho had always referred to his work as his work, a simple, direct term. The will, however, referred to it as his intellectual property. It's a small difference in wording, but a massive difference in philosophy. Intellectual property is a legal and corporate term. It smells of contracts and ownership. It was a phrase his old followers argued that Osho would never, ever have used. It was the language of Jayesh, the businessman, not Osho, the mystic. The fight wasn't just about money. It was about the very meaning of his legacy. Was Osho a spiritual master whose teachings were a gift to humanity? Or was he the founder of a brand that needed to be managed, protected, and licensed? The OIF in Zurich began to edit his books, to change his words, to standardize the message. They removed controversial or outdated passages, smoothing the rough edges of a man whose entire identity was built on being rough, rebellious, and unapologetically controversial. To the old guard, this was the ultimate sacrilege. It wasn't just theft of property, it was the theft of his voice. They were watching the man they knew be repackaged for mass consumption, his fire safely contained in a corporate box. As the years went on, the legal tide began, in some places, to turn. In 2009, a major decision in the United States Trademark Trial and Appeal Board found that Osho could not be trademarked as the name for a system of meditation. The term had become generic. It belonged to the public. It was a significant victory for the rebels, but it didn't end the war. The OIF still held the copyrights to the vast archive of books and lectures, an archive worth, by some estimates, hundreds of millions of dollars. The story of Osho's death and his will is a story of a power vacuum. Great, charismatic leaders often leave behind a void that is filled not by their most spiritual followers, but by their most organized, by the ones who understand power and law and money. The mystics are left to mourn, while the managers go to work. The ashram in Pune, once a vibrant, chaotic hub of spiritual seeking, slowly transformed. It became more structured, more commercialized. It became a meditation resort, a place where one could buy spirituality as a lifestyle product. The wild energy was tamed. The danger was gone. The mystery of his final days remains. Perhaps the inner circle truly believed they were acting on his wishes, protecting his legacy as they saw fit. Perhaps they saw the chaos that would ensue after his death and believed that only a rigid, corporate structure could keep his message alive. Or perhaps it was a simple, age-old story of ambition and greed, cloaked in the language of spiritual devotion. The truth is likely buried somewhere in the middle, as it so often is. But the result is undeniable. A movement built on the idea of individual freedom and rebellion against all structures ended up in a bitter, decades-long legal battle over trademarks and copyrights. The man who said, "My whole effort is to leave you alone with yourself," left behind a legacy that ensured his followers would never be alone. They would be accompanied by lawyers, by licensing agreements, and by the ghost of a will that hangs over everything, a final, unanswered question mark at the end of a very long and complicated sentence. His death was not an end, but the beginning of a whole new kind of story, one he may never have intended to write. And so, the story that was lived in flesh and blood and sweat and tears and laughter became a story told on paper, a battle fought not with weapons, but with depositions and copyright claims. The chaos of the man, the whirlwind of his presence, was now to be managed, curated, and sold by a committee. His image, once a living, breathing thing, was now a brand. His words, once spoken to ignite a fire in a specific moment, were now timeless products, packaged and distributed for a global market. A rebellion against society was about to become a very successful, very orderly business. To understand what remains, you cannot go back to the dust of Oregon. You cannot find it in the fading memories of those who were there. No, to find the ghost of Osho, you have to go back to where it all began, back to India, back to Pune. But the place you would find is not the ashram you might imagine from the old stories. It is not the chaotic, vibrant, emotionally raw place of the 70s. It has changed. It has evolved. Imagine you are there now, standing outside the Osho International Meditation Resort. The first thing you notice is the silence. It is not a peaceful, natural silence. It is a managed silence. A curated quiet. The walls are high, a stark, modern black. It looks less like a spiritual sanctuary and more like the headquarters of a minimalist tech company. There is no dust, no disarray. Everything is clean. Everything is ordered. To enter, you must first register. This is not a simple process. You provide your passport. You have your photograph taken, and you are required to take an HIV test on site. A remnant of a fear from a different time, now solidified into unyielding policy. A strange, clinical welcome to a place of spiritual freedom. You are given a digital key card. You are assigned a white robe for daytime meditations, a maroon robe for the active evening sessions. These are mandatory. There is no room for the wild, individualistic expression of the past. This is a new era, an era of uniformity. The orange people are gone, replaced by a sea of placid white and deep red. As you walk the grounds, the impression of a luxury resort only deepens. The paths are pristine. There are swimming pools, tennis courts, a cyber cafe. There are jacuzzis and spas. The gardens are perfectly manicured, beautiful in a way that feels intentional, designed. It is a space built to soothe, to calm, to remove all friction from the experience of being. And it costs a great deal. A day pass, a meditation course, a room in the guest house, it all comes with a significant price tag. The Zorba, the Buddha nightclub on the premises, serves alcohol. You can have a cocktail after your evening meditation. The contradiction is so blatant, so perfectly Osho, that you can almost hear him laughing. But where is the spirit? Where is the fire? You see people from all over the world, moving quietly between meditation halls. They are practicing the dynamic meditation, the Kundalini, the very techniques that once caused such scandal. But here, in this controlled environment, it feels different. It feels safe. Perhaps too safe. The catharsis is scheduled. The screaming is contained within soundproofed pyramids. The wildness is given a designated time and place, and then you can go for a swim. This is the commercialization of enlightenment. A process that began even when he was alive, but has been perfected in his absence. The Osho International Foundation, based in Zurich, Switzerland, holds the copyright to all of it. Every word he ever spoke, every book compiled from his lectures, every meditation technique he ever designed. His very name, Osho, is a registered trademark. Think about that for a moment. A man who preached the destruction of the ego, the dissolution of identity, now has his name legally protected like Coca-Cola or Nike. Lawsuits have been filed against those who use the name or the techniques without permission. Schisms have formed, old sannyasins breaking away, claiming the foundation has sterilized the message, has turned a living stream into a stagnant pool of commerce. They say the spirit of the master is gone, replaced by a corporate board. The foundation, in turn, says it is simply protecting the purity of his work, ensuring it is not diluted or misrepresented. Who is right? Does it even matter? The result is the same. Osho is now a multi-million-dollar global brand. His books are in dozens of languages, on shelves in every major bookstore in the world. His quotes, detached from their often shocking context, become inspirational memes on social media. People who have never heard of Rajneeshpuram, who know nothing of the bioterror attack or the Rolls-Royces, practice Osho's mindfulness techniques through an app on their phone. They find peace in his words. They find a moment of stillness in their chaotic lives. And in that, you find the core, the unsolvable riddle of the man. Because the teachings themselves, when stripped of the messenger's madness, often contain a profound and simple beauty. The emphasis on living in the present moment, the call to celebrate life, to embrace both the sacred and the profane, the body and the soul. The idea that laughter is a form of prayer. These are not dangerous ideas. They are, for many, life-saving. So, how do you hold both of these truths in your mind at once? How do you reconcile the serene wisdom of the books with the paranoid, power-hungry man who lorded over a criminal enterprise? How can the same source produce both a beautiful, calming meditation on love and a plot to poison an entire town? This is the question that his followers, new and old, must grapple with. The new followers, the ones who find him through a book or an app, often exist in a state of curated ignorance. The darker parts of the story are footnotes, dismissed as lies from the American government or misunderstandings by a hostile press. They see only the enlightened master, the gentle face with the long white beard and the soft, knowing eyes. They experience the benefit of the meditation, the clarity it brings, and they see no reason to dig deeper into the muck of the past. Why would they? The product works. The older followers, the ones who were there, are different. They lived it. They saw it all. And they have had to make their peace with it in 1,000 different ways. Some left, disillusioned and broken, feeling they had been used, their idealism twisted into something ugly. They see him now as a brilliant con man, a master manipulator who exploited their deepest spiritual longings for his own power and pleasure. Their stories are ones of recovery, of deprogramming, of slowly rebuilding a life and a worldview outside the shadow of the man they once called their beloved master. But others remain devoted. They acknowledge the crazy wisdom of his methods. They will tell you that everything he did, even the most outrageous and seemingly cruel things, was a device, a tool to shock his disciples out of their slumber, to shatter their egos and their preconceived notions of what a spiritual master should be. The Rolls-Royces, a joke on the world's obsession with materialism. The sex, a way to confront society's deep-seated shame and guilt. The authoritarian control, a lesson in surrender. The criminal acts, well, those are often blamed on Sheila, a convenient scapegoat for the darkness that flourished under his watch. For them, he was a perfect mirror, reflecting back at people whatever they needed to see to grow. If you saw a monster, it was because you needed to confront the monster within yourself. It is a perfect, self-sealing logic, an argument that can never be lost because any evidence against him is simply reframed as part of the teaching itself. And so his ghost lingers. It haunts the quiet, polished pathways of the Pune resort. It whispers from the pages of his hundreds of books. It echoes in the silent moments of a meditation practiced by someone on the other side of the world who has no idea of the story you have just heard. His legacy is not one of simple good or simple evil. It is a tangled, thorny mess. He was a man who offered a profound sense of freedom, but demanded absolute surrender. He preached love and awareness, yet his community was rife with fear, jealousy, and paranoia. He exposed the hypocrisy of society, only to build a new society with its own dark and dangerous hypocrisies. He was a brilliant synthesizer of Eastern mysticism and Western psychology, a thinker of incredible depth and clarity. And he was, by all credible accounts, the leader of a destructive cult that engaged in serious crimes. He was both. He was all of it. The human mind craves simple narratives, the hero and the villain, the saint and the sinner. Osho refuses to fit into any of these boxes. To try and force him into one is to miss the point entirely. He was a living paradox, a walking contradiction, and perhaps that is why he remains so fascinating. He reflects our own contradictions, our own capacity for both incredible light and profound darkness. As the night deepens around you, and my voice begins to fade into the background of your consciousness, let this story settle. Do not try to solve it. Do not try to render a final judgment. Allow the complexity to remain. Allow the questions to hang in the air, unanswered. Was he a charlatan who stumbled upon some real truth? Or was he an enlightened being who was corrupted by the power his followers gave him? Did he orchestrate the crimes, or was he a willing beneficiary who simply looked the other way? Does the beauty of his words redeem the ugliness of his actions? Can a sauce that is poisoned produce something that truly heals? There is no easy answer. There is only the story of a poor boy from rural India who became a philosophy professor, who became an enlightened guru, who became a god to thousands, a menace to a nation, and finally, a global brand, a story of the timeless human search for meaning and the terrifying ways that search can be twisted and exploited. His body is gone. Rajneeshpuram is a ghost town, a Christian youth camp now standing where a utopian city once dreamed of its own existence. Many of his original followers are old now, their memories fading like photographs left out in the sun. But the ripple he created in the world continues to expand. It touches people in quiet moments of their lives. A person feeling lost picks up one of his books and finds a sentence that clicks. That opens a door in their mind. A stressed executive learns a breathing technique he designed and finds, for the first time in years, a moment of peace. The man is gone, but the questions he raised are still with us. Questions about power, about devotion, about the nature of freedom, and about the desperate, beautiful, dangerous human need to believe in something greater than ourselves. And so we leave him there, not as a saint on a pedestal, nor as a devil in the flames, but as a complex, brilliant, and deeply flawed human being whose story serves as a profound and unsettling cautionary tale, a tale that whispers to us from the past, reminding us to be aware, to be watchful, not just of the leaders we choose to follow, but of the unexamined darkness that resides within ourselves. Let the questions dissolve now. Let the story become a part of the quiet. The night has its own wisdom, and it is time to rest. It is time to sleep.